Hello, hello. Good morning, afternoon, and or evening. Okay, holy shit. So I went to just go to the bathroom and do a couple of things while the starting screen was on. And I come back and there are quite a few subs. Thank you, everyone. Hey, good afternoon, Edar. Thanks for stopping by. So thank you, I guess, to, well, going back to last night, Louisiana, Jasco Coin, Ibastia, Tannic, Xenon, KK, Freaks, and Spirit Noodle. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. My first day as an affiliate. It is official. So that's pretty cool. And we've got 5 emotes. Oh, thank you very much, baby girl. We've got 5 emotes going through for approval, but only 1 has been approved so far. But eventually, tier 1 subs will have at least 4. And then tier 2, yeah, that's the one. The Bisky crying one. So hopefully within a day or 2 more will be approved, but as of right now, there's just 1. And then I have channel points as well. As I think Abastia mentioned, here, I'll go through them just really quickly before we start the top 100. Yeah, how's it going, everyone? Good morning. Thank you, Celix. Thank you very much, guys. I really appreciate it. And thank you, Rekam Niap. Sorry for the pronunciation. The emote is so cute. I had to use it. The Haikyuu alert. We've got some other anime themed ones, some other ones. I got a really cool one for bits. I don't know if we'll see that today, but it's pretty cool. So just going through the channel points rewards really quickly. So we got the default ones like highlight my message, unlock a random sub emote, etc. Hydrate, but then we have some other ones. So for 500 channel points, by the way, I have no clue about the scale of these sorts of things. Yeah, the goal is really weird, Gritty. I might have to do it manually sometimes. It wasn't updating earlier. It's strange. But I'll keep it up to date with like the manual resubs you can do through Streamlabs at least. So the channel points. For 500, you can ask me a sports question. Any sports question at all. For 1,000, you can ask me a random thing I love about one of my favorite stories. A random opinion about YouTube. Those 2 are for 1,000. Okay, I think I might have been going too high too quickly, but 5,000, I'll lower it. 5,000 is ask me anything about YouTube. I'll lower that to like 2,000 or something. For 10,000, I might get rid of this one actually. It's lose the glasses. So for 5 minutes, I have to stream with no glasses. I'm not blind. Oh, those are low. 5,000's low. Okay, I'll put it back to 5,000. I'm not blind, but it would be hard for me to play a game without glasses. And then lose. So that's 10,000, and then for 20,000, it is make me watch an episode of Naruto. It essentially forces me to watch an episode of Naruto. Not that I'm doing it against my will, of course. I wouldn't do that if I didn't want to watch Naruto. But yeah, if you cash in 20,000, I'll watch Naruto. I'm not blind. Okay. Kurapika saying, I see. Will you watch the Naruto episode on stream? No, you can't do that. Well, I guess you can technically, but I'm not gonna poke that bear. I would watch it off stream. Yeah, I've watched 2 episodes so far. Okay, Naruto for 20k is insane. Okay, I'm gonna lift it up. I'll bring it up to 50k, because it's like I would watch these anyway. It's not like I didn't enjoy the first 2 episodes. Okay, 50k for Naruto, and then the last one, 100k. I'll gauge these as we go, but 100k for a Twitter follow. Is that too little for a Twitter follow? That's fine. I don't care. How do you increase channel points? So your channel points just passively come to you as you watch. Like, the more time you watch me, the more they increase. There are ways to increase that or put a multiplier on that or something, but I don't know exactly how that works. I'm still a noob. Thank you, A. Rodriguez. Thank you very much. And yeah, you can make bets. I don't know the bets too well. I have to look into that. I have to look into that. I'll learn. When you already have the follow. Yeah, we got the channel points now. Oh, you get more points if you are a sub, true. How do I sub via Amazon Prime? I think you have to link your account or something. For me, it's always been, like, directly link. I've never had any problem subscribing with Prime. There may be some extra step you have to do. Chatting also helps build points? Okay. Today I can get the follow so AJ can scroll past my threads. What sports do you even watch so I can choose an appropriate sports question? It says in the description. It should say in the description, but soccer/football, NBA, and NFL. Link Amazon. Okay, yeah, Celix just described it. Okay. Thanks, Tanik. Mbappe to Madrid. Do you work out occasionally? Actually, more often lately. Good morning. Good morning, PTM. Thanks for stopping by. Okay, so I think that's basically all I had to say just as an introduction. And then just to, well, here we go. Oh, there we go. It looks like it's working. The sub goal. Although apparently, yeah, 11. There we go. That's good. So, you can't see that well with this backdrop. It's a bit. You can see it a bit better like this. Once I fulfill this goal, another arcane analysis video will be made. So I don't plan on doing huge goals too often, but yeah, that's the current one. Gil has given you homework to get into the NBA. That's good homework. That's some great homework. Do you have a team you want to support, Crady? How many money to watch One Piece? I'm not. I appreciate the thought, but that's not an option. I'm not accepting money to watch One Piece. Sorry about that. Oh, thanks very much, Salix. Glad you liked it. People seem to enjoy the Jace video, so that's good. He's my favorite character in the show, so I'm glad people enjoyed it. Priceless, yeah. Your loss. Well, every decision we make in life is a loss, right? You're losing something. The goal is to prioritize the things you know you're confident that you'll enjoy and prioritize what you do with your time. So I'm pretty comfortable with that. Amanda, it's just not something I'm interested in watching right now. Or not something I'm thinking about right now. Thanks, KK. Lakers, okay. Yeah, the reaction was 3.5 hours, to be fair, so I understand. I understand, Juno. Yeah, I might take off the lose the glasses one. That one's a bit, you know. Thank you, Brendan. Thanks very much. Thanks very much for the support. Still haven't seen Arcane. It's one of my favorite things. Like, as you can see in this list, it is number 39 in my all-time list. So that's how good I feel about it. I think it's a wonderful story. So definitely would say to check it out. But the Jace video was good. Watch your 7th, 8th, and 9th video. Really love the analysis. Oh, you can never see them live due to restrictions. What do you mean? What do you mean, Edar? Okay, yeah, so any changes on the list? Yeah, just the legend here. So what I'm doing is I added a little bit of a legend. If there's a plus next to them, thank you very much, Elijah. Very nice of you. Thank you. If there's a plus next to the any of these, it means that my thoughts on it are continuously rising. Like, they have upward momentum in the list. If there's a minus or a negative, they're descending. So I put that on not all of them, but a few of them. And then if there's no symbol, it's like my feelings on it are pretty stable. If that makes sense. Yeah, thanks very much, Elijah. Oh, okay, you had things to do. Oh, okay. Yeah, I think that VOD, the earliest VODs have expired, Baby Gill, but they will be available on YouTube eventually. Actually, they might be on YouTube. They might be on YouTube. I'm not sure about the first one. But eventually I'm going to splice together a video consisting of highlights of every top 100 VOD so that it's all in one place. So that'll be there once I'm done. Thanks very much, Shadow. Glad you enjoyed it. Yeah, him wanting to see immediate results for his actions and decisions. Yeah, that's something that I don't see a lot of people mention, because him doing the hammer work, I think it's very subtextual, so maybe it's just an interpretive thing that maybe people don't agree with me, but Jace doing the hammer work, particularly in episode 7, just struck me as him needing to grasp some element of control in his hands, because a lot of the decisions he was making, for the sake of some grand endpoint, had negative connotations immediately, and he couldn't feel like he was confident enough to make them, but he couldn't feel the positive end result of it, so we need to have some sort of immediate gratification. I just thought that's what I immediately got from that. So I mentioned it in the video and my reactions. I'm not sure if people agree, but I think it's a cool element of his character. Thank you very much, Luciano. Thank you very much. The programmer in you gets confused by that legend. I'm not a programmer, so I guess that's lost on me. Well, you mentioned about the smile of Jason episode 1, reminded you of Powder smiling in episode... Oh, in episode 9, yeah. In episode 3, yeah. That's a cool parallel, yeah. Morning, Luciano. Thanks again. Oh, Wheel of Time? Yeah, I don't know anything about Wheel of Time. Yeah, that sad smile. They work wonders, right? Okay, so... Any questions about this? I think I'll just go through the ones. So Final Fantasy VIII is ascending. Friday Night Lights, descending. True Detective Season 1, ascending. Megalobox, ascending. Supernatural, unfortunately, descending. And then we have PT, ascending. Deltarune and Undertale, ascending. SpongeBob, ascending. Durarara, ascending. Majora's Mask, ascending. Amori, Arcane, ascending. 13 Sentinels, ascending. And then everything else is pretty much stable. SpongeBob always ascending, yep. Always. So yeah, I think that with that out of the way, I think we can continue the journey, right? Fate 0 +++. Maybe. Okay. We just open up here. Okay. Have you played Horizon Zero Dawn? Yes, I have. I really like it. I think it's very good. Particularly the setting, the way they explore the setting and the twists about what happened in the past. One day you will see the light that Majora's Mask is the best Zelda game. Hey, that's an opinion that I totally support. That's a great take. It's my second favorite. So it's not like I don't get it. It's not like I don't get it at all. It's a wonderful game. Let's go. How many are you gonna do today? I'm gonna finish. I think what I'll do today is 1, 2, 3. 3 more finishes this tier, and then I'll go like maybe 4 or 5 after that. We'll see how long it takes to talk about them. I think that some of them won't take as long to talk about. How's it going, Gil? Yeah, Edar, in my reaction, which I know you haven't seen, but I mentioned that it's definitely in the top 50. PT stands for Playable Teaser. It's not available on Steam. It was a playable teaser for an unreleased Silent Hill game years ago. It's a horror. It's a masterpiece of horror. It's the most terrifying thing I've ever seen, and it uses the medium extremely well. It's a masterpiece. But it's a tragedy that it was discontinued or never. The full game, because it was a teaser, never came to fruition. But there are like fan-made games of it that are pretty accurate, so definitely worth trying those out if you can. Okay, Number 32. So this might be a surprise to some people, but not to people who know me, at least a little bit. Oops, these are italicized. Harry Potter and the Prisoner of Azkaban. Oh, you watched it? Yeah, I was a mess for that that last sequence, Critty. You still have faith they'll eventually come to it again? Maybe. Honestly, there was so much passion behind it. I wouldn't be surprised, and I would hold out hope. Okay. Harry Potter and the Prisoner of Azkaban. So, this is essentially the Harry Potter story, the Hogwarts story. It's my favorite book. Adapted in the way I always kind of wished it could be, but didn't think it would ever come to fruition. Favorite Harry Potter movie? Yeah, absolutely mine too. OG's no ages love for this movie. Yep. Gary Oldman, fantastic performance. The dualistic sides to Sirius Black, the terror and madness, but then contrasted with the sublime soul and heart that Gary Oldman is so easily, well, not effortlessly. I don't want to invalidate how much work it takes him to do that, but so effectively tap into that soul and heart, which is necessary for Sirius Black here. It is by far, yeah. I've seen the space one. I forget the. I've seen the space one and Imama tu Tambien, I think. So I've seen 3 of them, Critty. The outer space one with Sandra Bullock, Gravity. I think it's called Gravity or something like that. It was good, but my favorite is definitely Prisoner of Azkaban of his. So yeah, what Azkaban does really effectively is it takes the spirit, the magical spirit established as a baseline, as a foundation in the first 2 movies, and expands upon it so effectively while adding this dark and sort of quirky charm to it. Like it's a bizarre, eccentric feel, accentuated by the fact that this movie is always moving. It is constantly flowing. From the first minute to the last, it is consistently just seems to be in motion, and not in a way that makes you like it feels like it's rushed or anything. It gives weight to the proper moments, but it's just so dynamic, and that dynamism. Oh, Children of Men. Oh, I don't think I've seen Children of Men. I saw like oh, is that the? Oh yeah. I always knew it by its foreign name. Is that really? Damn, I didn't even know its English name. Hold on, let me look this up. No. It's no. Children of Men is not the same thing. I saw a drama road film. It's a Mexican movie. I have not. If I've seen Children of Men, I've literally forgotten everything about it. And yeah, so the scenes of Harry and Lupin are the heart and soul and the nostalgic past that gives Harry roots and grounds him. Yeah, I do need to see it, yeah, for sure. I think I've seen little clips here and there, and it looks fantastic. I doubt it would surpass this, but maybe. Just due to my personal connection to this one. And what they did in this film was they took Hogwarts as a setting, which in the first 2 movies was only presented as a sort of a myriad of disconnected individual sets. So like classroom set, Hagrid's hut set, outdoor field, and they'd go from set to set, but they'd never really show intimately how they'd interact. And so it was hard to get a sense of cohesion with the setting. But what they did here was completely redesign Hogwarts and allow that cohesion to take form, to take shape, and give a personality to Hogwarts and make it feel much more living and breathing, in my opinion. They took the paintings throughout the halls, they made them more flawed, less graceful, and less stiff. How's it going, Hugs Online? How are you? And just throughout, like the approach to music, again, it adds this dark quirk to it. This malevolent wink in the atmosphere and tone that really just accentuates everything. And it's got, in my opinion, some of the best cinematography in the series, some of the best cinematography in any film I've seen. And it just takes the setting, takes the premise, merges everything together thematically in terms of spirit and presents it in a beautiful way. Hey, Safwa, how are you? Hydrate. Will do. Daniel Radcliffe looks most like how I imagine Harry. Yeah, I think so as well. Probably looks the most accurate to how I imagined he would look. Dance. That flight is used in this film. There are 3 major scenes where the idea of flight is used as a source for inspiration and creates a chain of positivity. Yeah, the prime one being the Buckbeak one, which is to this day one of my favorite scenes in anything ever, where Harry's on Buckbeak going across the lake, feeling that sense of freedom that he's never really been able to consistently feel. Even at Hogwarts, at his new home, he always feels trapped, under threat, etc. So I love those moments, like you said, of flight. How's it going, Quinn? We did get affiliate, yep. Finally, right? My heart will always wonder what if he got to do the whole series. Oh, that is one of my biggest what ifs. Man, I can't even imagine. Like, to be honest, Prisoner of Azkaban does fit him to a T. I don't think that any of the other stories or the other books would have quite fit Karan to a T as much as that one, because he's so great at dealing with coming of age, like this adolescent development and growth. And, you know, that happens throughout all the books. Pretty much every book shows his growth, obviously. But Prisoner of Azkaban, I've described it as a mini coming of age within the grander coming of age, for a lot of specific reasons, as Harry tries to take up the mantle of what it means to be who he is and what it means to grow up in his situation. Thank you so much, Zielinski. Thank you so much. Yeah, Shadow, it's a good series. Like, I think at the very least you'll enjoy it, at least at baseline, even if you don't like it as much as maybe I do or some of the most diehard fans do. Definitely worth checking out. I have thought about it, Xenon. Not done much more than that, though. I haven't looked into it very specifically or with a ton of intent. But yeah, I have. Thank you very much, Safwa. Thank you guys so much. First day, got a handful of subs. Thank you so much. Could I show 100 to 33? Yeah. Here's 100 to 78. I'll just keep that on screen for 30 seconds or something. Yeah, it does feel like a one-off, but I really wish it wasn't. I would have loved to see what he would do with Goblet of Fire. That's my least favorite adaptation for sure. So it's a stark difference going from Prisoner of Azkaban to Goblet of Fire for me. Yeah, I imagine that I'll enjoy it if I ever get to it. It seems pretty cool. Seems pretty up my alley. So this is 100 to 78. Voldemort's rebirth in Goblet is super good. Yeah, I'd say it is. There are a handful of scenes in Goblet of Fire that I think are amazing. These are the next bunch of favorites. There's the scene with Mad-Eye Moody talking about the unforgivable curses. That's an immensely good scene. Voldemort's rebirth is good. And Cedric's dad, the grieve scene. I don't want to get into huge spoilers, but the big emotional scene with Cedric's dad, that brings me to tears every time. That acting is phenomenal. And the Yule Ball. The Yule Ball is really great to capture that adolescent charm. This awkward, cute, adorable teenage charm as these idiots try to navigate their feelings and all that stuff. Yeah, I can touch you now. Yeah, Ralph Fiennes does really good work. I think here and there they missed the mark with Voldemort a little through the series, but his acting carried out exactly what needed to be carried out with regards to what the role given to him was. Sorry, just itchy. Goblet of Fire is easily the weakest. Yeah, the weakest adaptation. Overall, I think it's maybe not the worst movie, but definitely the worst adaptation in my opinion. Goblet of Fire has so much potential. Yeah, the super heavy plot focus that I think was watered down quite a bit, unfortunately. Hey Jotaro, how are you? Dumbledore said calmly. The approach to acting in Goblet of Fire is so bad. It is so over the top. Like, there's hardly any subtlety at all. I'm not going to say there isn't any, but good God, man. That's the one people always reference, but Hermione overacts all the time in that. Just the twins overact. so many scenes, half the scenes in this movie are like, you could have toned that down a little bit, you know, like, it didn't have to be that loud. I made a joke in my Harry Potter video that even the hair is loud, because this is the movie where everyone grew out their hair. From the interviews, it's clear to see the director for Goblet of Fire just didn't get it. Yeah, he said he wanted to make it like this very tight thriller, which I get. Goblet of Fire is one of the most thrilling stories, most thriller-esque stories. I get that, but you can't take that and make it as tight and compact as he wanted to without losing a lot of it in the process, in my opinion, which it did lose. Thank you so much, Dave and Ader. Thank you. Your support's always really appreciated. Thank you so much. Easily the best movie in the series. Yeah, I understand definitely why people enjoy it. Not trying to take that away from anyone. For me, it falls flat in quite a few places. But I'm not saying it's an awful movie or something. I wouldn't say it's bad. Just disappointing because, like A. Rodriguez mentioned earlier, a lot of missed potential in terms of what they adapted. You think Hoseki no Kuni could rise up when it finishes? I do, yeah, I do. I forgot to mention BioShock is descending a little bit, unfortunately. And then this is the next bunch of the favorites. His best role is probably in Schindler's List. Are you talking about Ralph Fiennes? If so, I need to watch that movie. It's been like 12 years. But I do remember him being very good. How do they miss Mark on Voldemort? I never read the books. For an elaboration, I'd definitely direct you to my video on the series. I explain it much more in detail, but essentially, I don't think he has any of the necessary charisma needed. Voldemort is a character who... talk your shit. Voldemort is a character who is... And I'm aware about divergences from book to movie. I'm not saying that divergences in a vacuum are good or bad or whatever. I'm a huge advocate of creative liberty, but I'm just saying if you take creative liberties, they have to pay off. For me, they didn't in Voldemort. What they did was they completely watered down his backstory. A lot of the nuances of why he is the way he is just weren't there in the films. This is a fault of Half-Blood Prince as well. In Goblet of Fire, he's presented well. I don't really have a complaint with that. He's very erratic, and I think that's appropriate. But sometimes I think the erraticism, if that's a word, goes a bit on the silly side. Like in Order of the Phoenix, in particular, in the climax, he's like kind of mind-controlling Harry a bit. He's getting into Harry's mind. And there are just several spliced-in scenes where he's just... It's like a sepia tone scene where he's just looking at Harry and he's like, embrace the dark side or whatever. And he's just pulling these wacky faces. Next time you watch if you guys ever rewatch Order of the Phoenix, pay attention to Voldemort's just when he's trying to like mind control Harry or whatever it is. He just looks bizarre. Like there's a scene where it flashes to him with this weird screensaver behind him, like this calm nature Windows screensaver behind him, and he just like sticks his tongue out at Harry and like goes like I don't know, and that just comes off as very silly to me rather than erratic within believability and keeping that menace. Sorry, I missed a bunch. Is it really spoiling when the movie's been out for like 16 years? Shadow hadn't seen it, so just in case. How goofy he can be when he screams. Are there any non-manga comics in your top 100? No, they're not. Hey, Eris, how are you? At what parts of Bebop were... Jotaro, save that for a bit later, if you don't mind. Actually, I can answer that now. It's just basically, from episode to episode, basically I'd be very engaged to disengaged. It was a very inconsistent experience for me. Some storylines and plot lines I found really interesting. Some just didn't engage me at all. I didn't find interesting. Is basically what it comes down to. I thought it was Rafe, was it not? I thought that's how you pronounced it. Hey, I just joined. What did the plus mean? Miles, the plus is... Oh, thank you very much, Zero Skills. I just saw that. Thank you very much for the sub. You guys are way too generous. Thank you. The plus means that they're ascending. They're ascending in this list, meaning they have upward momentum. They could potentially be in a higher spot next time I update it. Christian Coulson's amazing in Chamber of Secrets, yeah. Yeah, the green screen. It is a screensaver. It really is. Like, next time you rewatch that, if you ever do, or just look at that scene, it's literally like a Windows screensaver. It's bizarre. Is there any link for the list? Not yet. There will be when I finish it. There will be a command for Nightbot. I know it's Ralph, but I thought it was pronounced Rafe. Like, I'm pretty sure it's pronounced Rafe. I've heard in interviews them refer to him as Rafe. I don't know. Maybe they were... I don't delete VODs. They automatically delete after 14 days. This will be uploaded, but not edited, brand dude. I never said it was wrong to discuss spoilers. There's just someone in the chat who hasn't seen Harry Potter, so I don't want to spoil it. If Shadow had not said earlier that they intend to watch Harry Potter, I would have just spoiled it. But there's someone in chat I know who wants to watch it, so I'm not going to spoil it for them. So do you think that the list will be consistently updated by you? Yeah, but there will be intervals of time. And sorry, continuing with the Voldemort thing, there is no charisma, in my opinion, to Voldemort. And a big characteristic of Voldemort is this charisma. They showed it, I think the child actors were great at portraying it, like someone like Christian Coulson in Chamber of Secrets. A huge factor of Voldemort is how he was able to amass this following from essentially nothing at school, and then when he left school, his sheer charisma was able to gather followers and garner followers for his cause. But I see none of that in the films. I just see fear, like controlling people through this fear. And that's fine, but I think that's less substantial and less interesting. Thank you so much, Davinator. That's so generous of you. Thank you very much for gifting 3 community gift subs. Thank you, Dragonite. Oh, wait, no, wait. Did Dragonite, or was that a... I don't know if that's one of the gift subs. I don't know. Please let me know if that was you. If it was you, Dragonite, thank you very much. Okay. It was a gift too. God damn. Thank you very much. Yeah, it is pronounced Rafe. I don't know, Critty. I have no idea. That was a hell of a wake-up call for me. Oh, okay, I see. Yeah, it was a gift. Thank you again, Davinator. Thank you very much. Yeah, I think it's best to avoid spoilers if you can. As long as you can talk about something and refer to it without getting into them, I think best to avoid them if possible. We're about to get the Arcane video today. Hey, almost halfway. Yeah, young Tom Riddle from Half-Blood Prince, super smart and manipulative. Yeah, and he had that element of charisma, like I mentioned. He was able to charm teachers, just through the tiny scene we got of him. But yeah, so those are some of my problems with the film version of Voldemort. But again, I talked a bit more about it in that video I mentioned. But yeah, anyway, Prisoner of Azkaban, masterpiece as far as I'm concerned, and definitely my favorite Harry Potter movie. Number 31. My second favorite movie. Have you seen other 2000s cartoons? Yeah, quite a few. Not a ton, but like a handful. Fight Club. My favorite David Fincher film. We are in the 10s. We are in the 10s. Yep, we're in the 10s. Fincher's finest, absolutely. Well, Social Network gives it a run for its money. It's very close between the two, but at the moment, Fight Club is my favorite. I think it's very close, but I think it's where we've got the most dynamic direction, if that makes sense. I hesitate to say that it's the best direction for sure from Fincher, but I think it's the most dynamic and slick. And in terms of presenting what it wants to present, it is basically perfect. The twist floored me when I first saw it. Tyler Durden is a fantastic sort of metaphorical thematic device as well as a character that people tend to misinterpret a lot of the time, but I mean, I think that's understandable. And I suppose, yeah, awesome movie. I have not, NPC Portaccio, I have not. Thank you very much, Shadow, as well. Thank you, guys. You guys are being super nice to me today. Thank you. Yeah, awesome movie. Very humble film. What does humble mean, Tyke? Please. Neither you nor Andres ever explained that to me. I prefer Gone Girl, but Fight Club is cool too. Yeah, Gone Girl's awesome. Gone Girl's awesome as well. Marla, fantastic. Maybe my favorite Helena Bonham Carter role, and that's saying a lot given how good she is as Bellatrix in Harry Potter and some other roles I've seen her in. Most stylized and conceptual Fincher movie, yeah, for sure. The Darkest, yeah, at least in terms of, I think, presentation. I think 7 might be the darkest in terms of subject matter, probably. I think it has to be 7. One of the best stories of all time. Is that what... Okay. Thank you very much, Exol. Thank you. How's it going? First time chatter and a sub. Thank you very much. Have you seen the Chinese version of the ending? No, I don't think I have. I know. I'm aware you separate the story from the film. I'm not saying that credit for the theme goes to David Fincher. I'm talking about the presentation here. Of course, there's a source, and it's the book. And I think it's very interesting how they complement and contrast one another in terms of approach. But what I'm saying when I talk about the theme, and I compliment the writing, is of course a compliment to Chuck Palahniuk. I don't know how to pronounce it, but his book. But also a compliment to the scriptwriters and how they were able to present it and do it efficiently and effectively. Glad you were able to make it to the stream on time. I'm glad too, Oblivion. I picked up on the twist when Marla said a certain thing in the kitchen scene. Yeah, for sure. I was very young when I first saw it, so it floored me. Maybe it's probably more obvious than I thought it was, but I was pretty young and not too observant. Thank you so much, Thousand Arrows, for the sub. For 3 months, jeez. Thank you very much. Oh, thanks very much, Davinator. Alright, thank you so much. Thank you. Did I answer your question? You're gonna have to repeat your question, but I think I did, freaks. A text card that said every person involved in the criminal acts were arrested and apprehended. Oh, I didn't know about that. That is funny. Are we in the 10s yet? Yeah. I did answer that. We are in the 10s, yep. That is funny. I didn't know that. A perfect Lady Dustin. Oh. That's... I see what you mean, Tyke. That's a good call. Yeah, don't apologize, freaks. Don't worry about it. Nothing to apologize for. Hey, Oblivion, how are you? Yeah, no need to apologize, freaks. How are you, Josh? Thank you very much. It's I'm glad we finally got it. But yeah, what else to say about it? The narrator is one of my favorite movie protagonists. Brad Pitt, amazing. Edward Norton, fantastic. Like we said, Helena Bonham Carter, fantastic performances throughout. And the way they splice in some of the pictures with reference to the earlier dialogue about that sort of thing is funny. It's got a very dark sense of humor, but when it does dig into that humor, it's definitely genuinely hilarious. R.I.P. Meatloaf, yeah. Yep. So it's a critique on a lot of things. Toxic masculinity, capitalism, a lot of the consumerism and all that sort of thing, and what it really means to be fulfilled and value the things you really want to value. And I think it's carried through in a very unconventional way. It tackles those themes in a way I don't think I've seen anything really tackle that. But yeah, make Aichi watch Naruto. Yep, that's one of them. Yeah, okay. So I think that's... I got the wrong one. Oh, yeah. Yeah, he did. Best paced film I've ever seen. Definitely one of them, for sure. Well, what else do you have to say about it? Well, you're violating rule number one of Fight Club. I sure am. I'm a bad member. But yeah, I think that's... It's been a long time since I've seen it, but I am still nonetheless very confident about my my thoughts on it. Fantastic movie. Has been one of my favorites since I saw it in the first place, and remains to this day one of my favorites. So this is actually the end of the Oops. Whoops. This is actually the end of one of the tiers. There we go. And this is the start of the other. Lose the glasses too. I might take that off eventually, Dawn Enjoyer, so enjoy while it lasts, because that will not lead to a good stream whenever I'm playing something. Thank you for the follows, guys. Number 30. First in the, top 30. My favorite movie of all time. Lord of the Rings, The Fellowship of the Ring. My favorite movie of all time. It's very close, like, it's neck and neck with, almost neck and neck with Fight Club and Prisoner of Azkaban. These are my top 3 films. End of Ava would probably be around 5th. I think it would be my 5th favorite film. But Lord of the Rings, Fellowship of the Ring does win by just a hair. This movie is near perfection to me. Every scene I love. It presents and conveys the best things about Lord of the Rings story in movie format, in my opinion. The best things that the films have to offer, the most interesting and powerful things about the films are present in this one. Everything after this was, with the exception of Gollum, or Smeagol, was less interesting to me than what they gave in this movie. With Boromir, and with the tight focus on the adventure of the Fellowship and how they come together and all of that. You shall not pass, amazingly delivered line, absolutely. Fellowship is amazing, incredible. After rewatching the trilogy, I couldn't deny the first one being the best. It just has that something special to me. And Viggo Mortensen, the actor who played Aragorn, has said in interviews that Fellowship just had that je ne sais quoi, right? It was just his favorite. It had this magic to it that he says wasn't quite there after it. I'm paraphrasing, so don't take my word for it completely, like, exactly. But he said something along those lines, and I totally agree. Fellowship is his favorite. And it just, I don't know, it's like they were just... It was a perfect merger of everything. Everything good about Lord of the Rings films, taken to the extreme. Found your mission. Yep, Oblivion 13. Go for it. I mean, I wouldn't have put it there if I wasn't willing. If it's neck and neck, then, I mean, there has to be a dividing point eventually, right, Mega Turtles? But it's very nearly, like, it's not quite neck and neck, like I said. I said neck and neck and then backtracked a little. It's very close between those three. The ending makes me tear up literally every time. Also, I wasn't able to type them, but thanks for avoiding Harry Potter spoilers. No worries, Shadow. Thank you, Vehement Vader. Thank you so much. Hey, we're halfway there. We're halfway there already. All we have to decide is what to do with the time that is given to us. Yep. The parting of the Fellowship. Oh my goodness. Any familiarity with the books? I've read the books. I much prefer the movies, personally. I don't have any real criticism. The Tolkien's writing style just never meshed with me well when I read them in the first place. Maybe it's because I was young. I'm not sure exactly. Maybe it's because I was young. Strange, because to me, Lord of the Rings is one of the works I think is most completely consistent across all 3 movies. For me, it just, like I said, it was most interesting, most powerful, and most efficient in the first one. Two Towers, more or less I feel kind of the same. I think it's pretty consistent in terms of quality, but I do think the Gondor stuff is not as interesting, personally, while still being very interesting. I think Two Towers is a borderline masterpiece of a film. But it just dilutes. Boromir is just so good. The Fellowship together is so good, and the specific dynamic there, that in my opinion it just dilutes a little bit because it isn't quite as special. Though that's maybe just what I prefer to see in the films. Maybe that's just a purely personal thing. And then I talked about minor criticisms of Return of the King in my last stream, I think, or last top 100 maybe. Either way, I just think that one's a bit bloated. It's got huge, great emotional highs. I think it's just got a bit too much stuff going on. I think it lacks a little bit of focus, personally. Embodies the intimacy that I feel Tolkien was going for. Yeah, very intimate, very intimate. It has a ton of stuff in it, but I think takes the most personal approach, and it has the least amount of redundancy, in my opinion. Best in the trilogy, but worst in the books? Oh, I see. Have you seen Over the Garden Wall? I have not, no. Did you know when Viggo kicked the helmet, he broke his toe? This is a very unknown fact. Very unknown. I might have heard it, though. Yeah, that's in Two Towers when he learns that the dwarves, or sorry, the hobbits, when he thinks they're dead, he kicks the helmet, and they had done this take like 10 times. He kicks the helmet, breaks his toe, and literally the scream he makes, the agonized scream, is because he had broken his toe in that moment. For anyone who didn't know. But very unknown fact. Yeah, I just mentioned that's kind of a spoiler. Hopefully no one's concerned about Lord of the Rings spoilers. But if you are, please say so. Yeah, Tolkien's style just doesn't really mesh with me. Return of the King definitely brings things together really well. Yeah. Yeah, Merry and Pippin, yep. This is not a Naruto OST, no. You're about to watch the movie. It was only a minor spoiler. It's okay. Here. Let's do a little bit of I was doing Final Fantasy earlier, or Final Fantasy 9 earlier, right? Thoughts on the soundtrack? I think it's amazing. I saw one reach up a Lord of the Rings page and it had 7 made-up names in one sentence. Yeah. One thing to say about Tolkien is the lore and the world that was crafted is beyond even my imagination. It is insane how rich and well thought out that world is, and how grounded in certain themes it is, yet being magical and mystical and otherworldly in others. And it's so well defined. I think that's a similarity that he has with George R.R. Martin. Just such a well-defined sense of what this universe and all the moving pieces. So the soundtrack. It's one of my favorite movie soundtracks ever. I can't not tear up when I listen to The Fellowship. All the Shire music, the more intense stuff is very gripping. I think it's a borderline masterful soundtrack as well. Oh, hopefully Oblivion 13. Great casting, yep, amazing casting. I have not seen BoJack Horseman. I do want to eventually, though. Isildur and Anarion, my sires of old, under their shadow Elisar, the Elfstone son of Arathorn of the house Valendil, Isildur's son, heir of Elendil, has naught to dread. Yeah, that is very, very Tolkien. The world is so fleshed out, it has a whole Bible dedicated to it, yeah. The Silmarillion is basically the backstory of Middle-earth. And my friend I haven't read it myself, but my friend started reading it, and he said it was like, he was engaged by it, but it was like a school assignment or something, getting all of that in line. Yeah, it gives me immense joy too. The languages, yep. Silmarillion is rough. I can't speak about it because I haven't read it, but yeah, he said it was interesting, but like it was daunting. Peak fantasy, mid-fuck. I do prefer fantasy, but yeah, I know you're being tongue-in-cheek, Davinator. Have you seen Sunny Boy? I've seen the first 5 episodes. There are so many names. Yep, they are such a sense of, like I said, all the moving pieces in this world. Anyway, I think have I seen Trainspotting? Long time ago, hardly remember it. I think that's all I gotta say about Fellowship. By the way, so yeah, Boromir, favorite character. But Aragorn, Sam, I mean, in this whole series, funnily enough, Boromir is my favorite character in the entire Lord of the Rings trilogy. The movies, at least. Really like Legolas and Gimli and how they're... I'm just speaking generally now about the series and how their relationship develops. Aragorn's fantastic and a great foil to Boromir. Faramir's really good, too. All the hobbits. I like Sam the best, but I like all the hobbits. Gandalf, of course. Yeah, great series, great cast. Did you watch the extended version? Yeah, of course. As far as I'm concerned, the extended version is the way to watch it. Reading the Quran or the Bible, yeah. Yeah. Okay. I think that's all I got to say about Fellowship of the Ring. Oh no. Oh no. Okay, I did the order wrong. Fellowship of the Ring. Yeah, and this is true. Damn. Okay. Hold on here. I did the order wrong. I gave you guys a spoiler. Fellowship of the Ring is actually 29. How dare. It does for me too, Davinator. I totally relate to that. Fantasy settings just dig into something deep in my heart, and I have an inclination to adhere myself more to fantasy worlds than any other sort of setting. Sorry, it's broken, I know. Number 30. So I know there are some people who are not as hot about this one in the chat. At least there were a little while ago. But there are also some who I know love this one. Ping Pong the Animation, one of my favorite sports anime, one of my favorite... All right, Davinator, thanks for stopping by, and thanks again for the generous, the subs and the gift subs, or the sub and the gift subs. I have not watched One Piece, nope. You thought it'd be higher on the list? Yeah, well, still a 10, in my opinion, but 29 ahead of it. Haven't seen Ping Pong, so I think what Ping Pong gets best... Oh, wait, there's a very interesting thread about Lord of the Rings sort of tangential canonization of Catholics who are also fantasy... Oh, yeah? Tangential canonization. Oh, okay. Yeah, I have heard that sort of sentiment, but I haven't looked into it much at all. I guess some of that sort of stuff is lost on me. Some of the Catholic, I guess, customs have been, not to get into religion, but have been lost throughout the years. I'm a little rough around the edges when it comes to that, so I'm sure a lot of that is true, and a lot of it has been lost on me. But that is interesting. Ping Pong the Animation above Run with the Wind, nice surprise. Thanks to a recent current rewatch of Run with the Wind, that is not the case anymore. So, yeah. Okay, thanks for the link, ready? I'll look at this later. And Tanik, I don't know if you're in chat anymore, but again, thank you for the explanation, or for the DM. Where was I? Okay. So, sorry, Ping Pong the Animation. One of my favorite soundtracks in anything, and I think my favorite thing about it is just the genuine ways that the characters interact with each other, with the concept of sport, with their ambitions and motivations in life, and with the way in which they view their potential to carry out their dreams, and whether or not sport is right for them in these specific moments, and dealing with failure, dealing with not being talented or being talented, what you really want out of life. I think the story speaks about all those things and merges it together in a very, very consistently interesting, tight, focused, and cohesive package. And the emotional highs, like Episode 9 is one of my peak favorites of anything ever. The cast is all very substantial and well-characterized. It's only 11 episodes. But... Oh no, why are you laughing? Oh my god. I just read that critic. I just read what you sent me. That is so funny. I've seen this. That's funny. That is funny. Oh, yeah, I saw that a while ago. That is so funny. Yeah, okay, I gotcha. The sheer amount of great characters packed into Ping Pong the Animation's 11 or so episodes is impressive. Yeah, it's a short series, but they do a lot with subtext and substantial character building through minimalistic storytelling. There's this, like, whether it be a scene of Smile and Peiko on the train and just their demeanor and difference in body language. The Christmas scene, the Christmas song scene that does so much for so many characters. You can glean so much from these very, again, minimalistic little bits of visual storytelling, body language, whatever, little lines here and there. And the dynamics for the older characters as well, the elderly ones, the last generation, or last 2 or 3 generations ago, is really well done. The legacy of ping pong, the difference in styles. I've seen some people like criticize the direction, but I think it's, I've always thought it was very on point. You're telling me to watch it after the stream. How can we stream it? I'm not sure. Sorry, I don't know where it's available legally. Might have to take to the high seas for that one. Peiko's character journey. Yeah, Peiko is the best character in the story, in my opinion. Kong would be second, and Smile probably third. But, oh god, Dragon's so good too. Very entertaining watch, but too short for me to be invested. Yeah, understandable. The Christmas scene is really good. It always gets me a bit swept up. Funimation? Okay. So Funimation, apparently, then. There you go. Yeah, and the second half, like, it just kind of ramps up in terms of emotion, but also revisiting it in retrospect, a lot of the early scenes as well hit. But there's definitely a trend of the emotional potency and focus on that continuing and growing in momentum as you go along. And then concluding with that immense final episode. There are a lot of people in chat who haven't seen it, so I won't get into specifics, but yeah, really good cast, really efficient use of 11 episodes. Only 11 episodes. You can watch it in like an evening if you really want to. Super hype, like, this is sports anime, so some of the matches get super, really hype. And it just says so much about sport and life in general and the different psychologies that go into it. If you like Haikyuu, I think you'll take a lot from at least the character psychologies in ping pong. Even if you don't like the art style, which is very divisive, admittedly. Another great sports series is next, guys. You think so? My blood tastes like iron. Beautiful. Yeah, give it a try. Like, obviously the art style, I'll just look up one screen of it. Or one of my tweets, actually. Here. Just give me a second, and I'll show you what the art style looks like. And if that turns you off, maybe it isn't for you, but we'll see. Because aesthetics are admittedly a huge part of anime. There's no denying that. Okay, so these are not spoilerish images. But this is this is the trademark one. Everyone's seen this one. But like, this is the general art style. You know, rough around the edges, but when it hits in the most prioritized moments, it's very deeply symbolic and has so many layers and things to it. So that's one of the best screenshots, which everyone uses for mosaics. So it doesn't look like this all the time, but there's that. Lots of symbolism and imagery, stuff like that. Yeah, just a glimpse of what it looks like. Anyway, I hope I convinced a couple of you to at least give it a try. The movement is really natural, yep. Yeah, it moves really cleanly, yep. Very fluid. Definitely give it a try. A bit rough, but you can handle it. Yeah, also just know that those are some of my favorite screenshots, so just keep that in mind, yeah. Looks kind of like Devilman Crybaby. Yeah, it's a USO work. Not sure if it's the same studio, but regardless, lots of USO works tend to have that sort of aesthetic. Next is Final Fantasy VI or Run with the Wind. We'll see. It's not the art style for me, but more the directing style. Yeah, like I mentioned earlier that you weren't as big a fan of that. I can see what you mean about it being pretty scattershot and focused, but that always felt, to me, it really worked for me because it was like, I didn't really have trouble parsing through it. It's like the necessary amount that had to be communicated was transmitted to me sort of in an integrative way rather than, I don't know, it just worked. It just worked for me. It's hard to really articulate it. Tekken Concrete is a movie by the same original mangaka that I don't know if you've seen, but it is visually beautiful. I have not seen it, but I do want to eventually. Yeah. Okay, yeah, not Sai and Saru. Yeah, I love the direction, but I do understand at the same time how people like Critty could would criticize it or not find it very like the lack of focus and the sort of scattershot approach at times to be just not pleasing to look at and not pleasing to focus on. So I totally get that. But yeah, the direction is a positive of it for me. Okay, 28. Someone just guessed, I think, FF6 or Run with the Wind. We'll see. How many more should I do before Final Fantasy? We'll do a couple. $28. Final Fantasy VI. Final Fantasy VI to the sub count. I might stop here or I might stop after one more. Because we've gone through 5. We've been averaging 5 or 6 for the last few streams. So I think this is pretty good, but I'll do maybe one or two more. Anyways, Final Fantasy VI. Whoa. What's the whoa? Is this lower than you thought, Tyke? Haven't played it yet, but heard good things. I'll explain what's so amazing and masterful about this in a second. Easiest guess of my life. Gaming's peak, absolutely. Peak fiction, Kino, oh boy. Excuse me. I will not spoil, don't worry. I will not spoil. So what a lot of people don't know is that Final Fantasy VI... Oh, it's just a big one, okay. Final Fantasy VI was my first ever JRPG. Aside from, I don't know, people consider Pokemon to be one. But it was my first ever JRPG. It was my introduction to the whole thing. And I was spoiled. I was spoiled as hell with this being my first one. Because you can't really go very far up from this one. Hi, will you please explain how the list works? Are these your personal or suggested list? This is my personal, these are my favorites works of fiction ever, love. Thanks for stopping by the way. So this is my top 100 fictional stories in any medium at all. The Pixel remaster, it isn't out yet, right? But either way, Kefka is probably one of the best villains ever. Yes. Okay, so I'm gonna try not to... Yeah, it isn't. I'm gonna try not to spoil again. Actually, I will not spoil, don't worry. But it was my first JRPG. So it was a bit unlucky for JRPGs that followed it, except for a couple that we'll get to in this list as well. But it is the quintessential character-based JRPG as far as I'm concerned. This game has such immense respect for the characters within it. It has such empathy for their different perspectives and situations. It is not afraid to dive into extremely morbid and dark territory. There are actually a couple of trigger warnings attached to this one. Suicide, I'm not saying the specifics, but it tackles suicide as a concept. Just immense darkness and, end-of-the-world type ideas that people come to grips with. Not end-of-the-world literally, necessarily, just like their life as they know it is completely gone into the deep end, right? So, a couple of trigger warnings that it gets quite extreme. And it's all brought together by a fantastic main villain. Name is Kefka. It was mentioned in chat. Thank you so much, Fruit Wad Sprite. Thank you. Thank you for the sub. And brought together, like, Kefka, when I think of... There are certain villains that are thematic antithesis characters who directly oppose the protagonistic cast because of the way in which they're just so diametrically opposed to them thematically. Like, that was a redundant sentence, but you get what I mean. And there are others, like there are types of villains. There are some that tend to be thematic antitheses, and there are others that obviously not all go into these sorts of categories, and it's not mutually exclusive. But I see a pattern once in a while. And then there are others that are just, they might oppose them thematically, but the main focus of them is their characterization, maybe their backstory, how they contribute to the story in other ways. An example of that would be, in my opinion, Hisoka. An example of a thematic antithesis would, in my opinion, be the anti-spirals from Gurren Lagann, if you've watched that. What? What is it? What is it, Zenon? Okay. I thought I spoiled something. Anyways, my point is that Kire, Kire, yep. My point is that Kefka is a mix of both. Like, he's a perfect marriage of both. Amazing individual sort of characterization and backstory and everything. Extremely thought-provoking and deep and, I don't know about complex, but extremely interesting and emotional and resonant in some ways. And the perfect thematic antithesis. Perfect. 6 clear of 7. When it comes to the OGs, I think so. Don't tell anyone, though, because that is a hotly contested debate. But yeah, one of my favorite villains of anything ever. Kefka. Amazing. Insanely good. Thank you, Toro Bebe. Toro Bebe. Sorry for awkwardly saying that. But thank you so much for the sub. You heathen. 7 is still amazing. It's on this list. It's on this list, of course. But yeah, and then, so I mentioned the respect for the characters. Kefka's obviously involved in that. But the cast, this is a cast of like, I don't know the exact number, but at least 12 to 14 characters. Obviously, not all of them are going to get as much focus as the others. There are some primary ones. I would say there are 3 primary ones within it, and they are triple S characters, all of them, in my opinion. Though my tiers tend to be a bit out of whack, so maybe that's double S for you. Regardless, they're amazing, masterful characters, the main 3. Then there are some that are slightly less important, which I still consider to be amazingly written, tons of focus and empathy put on their perspective, hugely emotional moments. I'm talking about, like, Cyan here, for anyone who's played the game. And then there's ones below that who are good and contributory, but not as much. And then there are ones that are like, okay, these are kind of throwaway. But it's an ensemble cast, and the amount of focus and heart put on each of them, the vast majority of them, is insanely good. It is just when I refer to video game character work, this is the quintessential one. And anyone who's played this can attest to it. Well, 95% of people. I'm sure there are haters, but, you know. Locke, yeah, the top 3 I'm talking about are, well, should I even say them? I don't want to spoil, but you probably know. There's 3 that are more focused than others. I love Locke. Did you do an FF character tier list in one of your streams? I did, last week sometime. When I was going over a bunch of tier lists and stuff. It might have been a Sunday? I'm not exactly sure. But to summarize, 6 has arguably the best Final Fantasy cast. Maybe it might be the best cast. It isn't my favorite Final Fantasy game. It's very close to it, but I think it might be the best cast at this moment. 9 is your favorite. With 6 to 10, Square developed banger after banger. It's almost unbelievable. Absolutely. 9 is my favorite, by the way. Who knows how I feel about 9? Who knows, truly. R.I.P. Mike? What did I do? What did I do? What happened? Okay. Okay, thank you for reassuring me. I don't know what that meant. R.I.P. Mike. That makes me panic a bit. Thank you, Quicksilver. Thank you so much. You had sound off. Okay. No worries. But yeah, Final Fantasy VI, immensely good, and one of the best JRPG soundtracks, best video game soundtracks ever. One of Uematsu's best, no doubt. Kefka is in Final Fantasy VI, Joshua. Kefka's in Final Fantasy VI. Sephiroth is the Final Fantasy VII villain. Yeah, Kefka's only in 6, yep. Anyone have anything else to say about 6 that again, there are people in chat who want to play it, so that doesn't delve into spoilers, but anything that I might have not talked about, because I love this game so deeply. Are you going to put the subs on a chalkboard behind you? No, I don't have a chalkboard. I have a whiteboard, but I'm keeping track, don't worry. I'm keeping track. OST is matchable. Dancing Mad, one of the best final boss themes ever. Maybe the best final boss theme ever. In my opinion, better than One Winged Angel. Sorry for constantly comparing it to 7. I don't mean to do that. 7 is a game I deeply love. So I don't mean to throw it under the bus or anything. But 6 is just... I just love 6. And they're easy comparisons to make. I apologize for that again. You made me more hyped than I was. I didn't know that was possible. Oh, good. Suplex that train, yeah. I just need to talk about one story sequence in general terms. Have you seen Dragon Quest Your Story? Very underrated movie, might be up your alley. Yes, Critty, I have. And I've played the video game. It's a great adaptation of it, I think. And what they do with the ending is really interesting, and I think elevated it a lot. I think it's a great movie, yeah. How do you feel about the second half being way... Excuse me. How do you feel about the second half being way less linear than the first? I think it's a great... I think it's good for freedom of exploration, and I think it's really necessary for the story. Because, again, not going to spoil anything, but obviously stories come with peaks and valleys in terms of pacing. There comes a moment in every story where characters, yourself the player, needs a breather, for whatever reason, to reflect on what has transpired, right? I think it's a great decision because of that, because it's a breather in that way, but also it's like... it opens up the world in the sense, thematically, like, anything can happen. We're picking up the pieces here and thinking about how to progress. And I just think in terms of varying up the gameplay, varying up the gameplay flow, and the story thematically for all the characters and how they react to these sorts of things. It was a super good decision, in my opinion. I don't know how other people feel about it, but I really liked the decision. Oh yeah, this is an appropriate song for it, yeah. Dancing Mad is second best, yeah. The Extreme, oh, okay. Gameplay and combat, that's not my forte, but I think it's... Well, something I don't like about the gameplay is... Xenon, you should actually know about this, to be honest. The final dungeon requires you to have used multiple party members, and balance them out a little bit, which I had not been doing effectively. So just keep that in mind. And they don't really... I don't know, maybe I was just being stupid, but I was kind of up shit's creek when it came to the final dungeon, which I did not like at all. I was really struggling because of that, so I didn't like that. But in terms of the in-game gameplay, I think it's one of the best, snappiest as well, very quick gameplay systems in the series. I think only 7 is really better. Maybe 10. But I like the equipping, the armor, the equip system. I like all of that. So is the second half of Final Fantasy game being ominous a trend, or is that just a coincidence with 6 and 7? They're dark games. It's a bit of a trend. Yeah, that was Jeremy Johns' take. Jeremy Johns said that. It's definitely on point. A Terrace theme, which we just listened to, fantastic track. Large cast in dungeons, yeah. I love it too, but I wish there was an indication of it, because I was caught with my pants down. Yeah, you have to over-level people, and yeah, it was a bit weird. Hey, Holy Potato, how are you? Okay, and it isn't a Final Fantasy game if the world isn't ending somehow. Yeah. And also, what I really love is there's a story sequence in this game where... I don't want to spoil, but it's central to Cyan. You know what I'm talking about when I say that. And it's a period of deep, immense sadness, immense reflection, and you're going through this area that is very mystical and sort of wondrous and a bit haunting. And just the atmosphere in this section of the game is magnificent. It is the strongest, most melancholic, sad powerful atmosphere I've ever experienced in any stretch of any game ever. This game is just timeless. I think I have the music for that scene, actually. I have it somewhere. I can play it. Very haunting, but it's also a waltz at the same time. It's like this dark, morbid waltz as you go throughout this part of the game. You guys probably know what I'm talking about. This is it. The best sword and shield in the game are so busted. Oh yeah, they are. Terra's the character you start out with, that's why. Yeah. Yep. And yeah, that stretch is so wonderful. This game is timeless. This game is absolutely legendary. Talking about it, honestly, is it this low? Let me see. I think it's this low, but we're adding a plus to this. The more I think about it, the better this game is. And this is the song that plays. Final Fantasy VI. Masterpiece. And we'll do one more. Actually, we'll do two more. We'll do two more. It is really high. It is, but I think it could potentially go higher. Maybe a channel point reward could be like a Mal profile review / roast on stream. Like, kind of funny and quick review. I don't really know how to do that well. Oh, look at that. You can see the bits. You can see the bits. I should make that go on longer, actually. That's a bit too short. But thank you, Louise Hannah, for the 150 bits. So sorry, a roast, I could do that, yeah. I would need to sort of grow into the actual, how I'm supposed to do that without being lame and cringe. But I could try it. I'll think about it. Here, let me just fix that. Alert box. Bits, that'll stay on screen for like 10 seconds. That's better. Okay. AJ is a Bisky sim confirmed. Well, we have an emote for Bisky. Our only current emote for is for Bisky. And we have a Bisky notif or alert. Okay. He's a Machi simp. I am. 27. Black Sails. Thanks, Josh. I was mostly just I was just being exaggeratory. I don't actually think I'm cringe and lame. I'm just saying when I've never tried to roast things in my life, so I don't know how good I'd be at that. Okay, Black Sails. One of my favorite TV shows. I think at this point it's my 5th favorite live action TV show. 4th or 4th? 4th. I think it's my 4th. Yeah, it's my 4th favorite live action TV show. Black Sails soon. Okay. Oh, Gill's right in chat for the best one for him. So Black Sails is how do you sum up Black Sails? Well, I think the first thing to say would be that it's got some of my favorite characters in the entire medium. I think it plays around with perspective to a degree unlike maybe any other live-action show I've seen. The characters are so fluid and dynamic in terms of how they evolve and grow and how your opinions change on them and how their motivations develop. And it's all done in a very natural and organic way, where you can go back to earlier parts and see where they are and see where they've gone, and there's a huge amount of development and change, but it all feels very natural and on point. And I think I'm not going to beat around the bush. Like Silver and Flint, the two mainline protagonists of the series, are two of my favorite characters ever. They would be in the yeah tier. They complement each other so well. Their dynamic is so rich and engaging and consistently interesting, and just builds in emotional weight and just every facet of quality writing from the beginning to the end. The dialogue is so artful. I do think there are times in which the dialogue gets a bit too self-indulgent. Particularly, there's a, you know who I'm talking about if you watch it, there's a, the brothel owner. I think a lot of her purpose in the story is just to sort of drop into scenes and say ominous things in very, very postured prose. I'm not too big a fan of her character, but I think that's basically the only stumble in the dialogue. Okay, Zenon. Okay, Zenon, I'll see you later. Thanks for stopping by, and thanks for the sub. The ending is incredible. Yeah, it has one of my favorite endings in anything. Black Sails character tier list. Yeah, honestly, I'd be down to do that. The Black Sails era, it was a fun time. Charles Vane. Oh my god. What a character. Charles Vane is... Oh, yeah? You use postured? There's definitely an element of that to it, where it has some of my favorite dialogue in anything. Very theatrical, very artful, very poetic and lyrical. But I do think it gets a bit caught up in it once in a while. But nothing to really hold anything back in any notable way. Just that brothel owner. I could do without her. But yeah, the direction, I think, just is fantastic. The production values just are insane and get better and better throughout. And the third season is my favorite season of television, to be honest. It's very close, but I think the third season is my favorite. The second is very close to it as well. The fourth has my favorite ending, maybe of any TV show. But I think there are some inconsistencies and some plot threads that aren't carried out too well. You could tell that it wasn't wrapped up quite as perfectly as I had hoped. But yeah. That season 2 climax, good god. Rackham's my third favorite character. Rackham's arguably the best. Well, obviously he's very human too, but the best personification of the ending main theme we get from the series about stories. Won't get into it again, but Rackham's amazing. And for a character like him to be my third favorite, for a character like Vane to be my fourth favorite, and an antagonist like someone else who gets introduced in season 3 to be my fifth favorite, that is a stacked cast. Speaking of the characters individually, I've never been as big a fan of Eleanor as I feel maybe some people might be. Same with Max. My favorite female characters were actually... I'm saying this because my top 5 is pretty much all males, but I think there are great female characters in the series as well. My favorite ones are Anne, Maddie, and Miranda. Those are my 3 favorite ones, and they might even be in the 6th, 7th, and 8th positions. They're wonderful. You still haven't started Breaking Bad? Oh boy. Thoughts on Max? Does it compare to things like Vikings or Game of Thrones or The Last Kingdom? Haven't seen Vikings or The Last Kingdom. I guess some things, the production values, some of the approach to direction is similar to Game of Thrones, but it is quite a bit distinct from it, in my opinion. Miranda's awesome. And Eleanor's the only one that fell off for me too. Yeah, it's just like, I can see where they were going with, and you can't really say that it's out of character, but it's like, I look at Eleanor's character and I go, okay, I understand why that happened. It's logical, rather than going, wow, that is an immensely good character arc that really means a lot to me and is full of quality. It's like, I'm going, okay, yeah, that makes sense. Not, I was really impressed by this. And it's just like, I was a bit confused as to why they decided to go that direction, even if it makes sense. I just didn't like how they ended with that character, personally. Oh boy. That's my catchphrase now, is it not? Is Attack on Titan on the list somewhere? We'll have to wait and see. It isn't so far in the top, up to 27. But yeah, first season is very much a lot of establishment. It is rough around the edges in places for sure. but it's still a good season. Sets a very good foundation. Some great moments. One of my favorite moments in the series is in season 1, episode 7, I believe. Thank you for the bits, Oblivion13. Thank you very much. And been enjoying your content a lot and appreciate you in the chat's thoughts and recommendations. Glad to hear it. Is Stars the only legally available platform for it? I just bought them on YouTube. That's the only way I could find to do it without Stars. So they're available on YouTube, but I mean, you'll have to spend some money. Last one after this, Tyke. Have you seen Deadwood? I have not. Would a non-spoilery lyrical quote be too much? You can say it, Thomas. You can say it. Guys, there's going to be a quote in the chat incoming that I'll read out. Just don't listen for the next 30 seconds or so if you don't want to hear any quote at all, but it's not spoilery, according to Thomas. Gates. Oh, I love Gates. I love Gates so much. He's so good. This and many thanks for watching, yeah. The best thing Michael Bay has ever been a part of. Yeah, Michael Bay's part of it, yeah. And people got an inaccurate impression of what it would be like because of that. From what I heard. I didn't watch while it aired. You can get a free Stars trial through Prime. That's how I watch it. Oh, okay. There you go. Don't spend money. Don't do what I did then. I was stupid. Leaving me in suspense. It's on Netflix in some countries. Oh, is it? Which countries? I tried that. I couldn't find it. Let's see. So this is a quote. We all have the same swords out there. We all have the same guns. But great art has felled empires, and therein lies all the difference. Love it. Love it. Yeah, and that's without context. There's no spoilers there at all. That one moment with Blackbeard was probably the most painful thing to watch. Absolutely. This show also contains one of the most heartbreaking and disturbing scenes I've ever seen. So there's that. Does music count as fiction? I haven't been counting it, no. I think I consider it as different. Whoopty. Okay. I looked for it, but I couldn't find it. I used a VPN. Yeah, insert VPN sponsorship. What is it? Surfshark. I have some sponsored videos on Surfshark, from Surfshark. It's on Netflix here, but they removed all seasons except 4. That's so weird how they do that. But yeah, Black Sail's wonderful TV show. I was so glad I finally got to watching it this time last year or so. Maybe a bit longer, a bit before that. Wonderful story. Most people who watch it at least think it's very good at the very least. Artful dialogue, great direction throughout. Production values terrific. One of my favorite casts. One of the best presentations of an ending of a conclusive theme, while also tackling other themes, of course. One of the best endings to any story I've ever seen. So if you haven't checked it out, give it a go. While knowing that the first season is, like, if you don't like the first season, you won't like the show. But at the same time, it's not indicative of the highest peaks of what it has to offer. Like I said, it's a foundational season. I had some problems with season 1, but the rest was very good, yeah. Are you counting works based off of a true story as fiction? Yeah, I am. Like The Social Network is one here, for instance. The Wolf of Wall Street is here as well. So if it's in a movie or an adaptation, yeah. I guess that's a loophole or something, or a little flaw. How would you rate season 1? 8. I would rate it 8 out of 10. Loved yesterday's video. Oh, glad you liked it, the great god NL. Glad you enjoyed it. I've seen Mr. Robot, but not BoJack Horseman. Okay, last one. And should I even sum this one up? Because very appropriately, this is what we're playing in a couple minutes now, or in a few minutes. Final Fantasy VII Remake. I'll sum it up, because I talk about it every week for hours, right? So I don't want to go too much into it when I talk about it already. But, you did guess right. My second favorite Final Fantasy game. I would never say that it's not full of flaws. I have a 200-minute video, and quite a bit of it is dedicated to talking about those flaws. So it is very flawed. but it is also very masterful in a lot of the things it gets across, in the creative way in which it accentuates the original story and pays homage to it, and presents it with such heartfelt love and appreciation. It is clear of original FF7, Critty, not the remake. Though I think you'd probably think it's clear of the remake, just a hunch. You probably think it's better than the remake. Okay, Josh, thanks for stopping by. So, yeah, my second favorite Final Fantasy, though it is very close between this and 6. I've said in the past that when all parts are completed, this has the chance of becoming my favorite video game ever. I hold true to that. If they keep up the quality that they presented in this one, it could become my favorite, holistically, my favorite video game. As it stands, I think it's my 12th favorite. 11th or 12th. Do you expect FF7 Remake to ascend upon replaying it right now? I think it's more or less stable. But we'll see. I've been enjoying the hell out of replaying it. Baby Gil, I totally disagree with that personally. I'm not going to elaborate on it here, but in previous VODs for, I think the first VOD the first VOD for my playthrough, I sort of talked about why I disagree with that notion. Also, as well in that video I just mentioned on my main channel. If you're interested in a different opinion, of course. If you're not, then don't listen to me. But yeah, I disagree. I totally disagree that Sephiroth misses the point. Because he has a different role. It's a different story. To sum it up. Just if you're interested. Favorite video game above visual novels 2? You mean in terms of how I project it? Possibly, yeah. Same quality while adapting the later story beats and areas, definitely going to be a banger for sure. So, I think the core of Final Fantasy VII Remake's flaws and strengths, of which it has way more strengths, in my opinion, is that it tries to wring absolutely everything it can out of this early Midgar arc. That leads to some padding, which I'll talk about when we start the playthrough in a second. But it also leads to soaking as much quality out of the concepts as it can, which is deeply appreciated. It has made me appreciate the series to a level that I never thought I would. Even though I did love the original, it just enhanced that through presenting Midgar in a more rich way. The characters are much more nuanced and well presented. And it just adds a lot. It adds a lot of substance and richness, and I love it. And cinematically, it's great. The visual direction is really good. People really need to play the original before the remake, yes. In my opinion, you can play the remake and enjoy it a ton, but there are certain things that you will only catch on to and appreciate that will be emphasized if you play the original first. So it's not required, but you have a little bit of a blind spot if you play the remake without having played the original, because it is in essence not necessarily a remake. It's almost a spiritual sequel in a lot of ways. So in that sense, it kind of is required, if you look at it that way. But it is, at the same time, its own self-contained story that you can get tons of value out of. You will just miss out on some of the continuity and some of the meaning of the story, if that makes sense. No spoilers, yeah. I'm not going to spoil it. These are just general things. Yeah, it's a requel. Yeah, it is not a remake in the traditional sense of the word at all. Alright, Whoopty, thanks for stopping by. But yeah, those are my... Today we've gone through 7. So that's this iteration of the top 100. Yeah. Final quarter next time. The top 25, I will not be able to do that in one stream at all. But we're into the next tier. We're down to the nitty-gritty. I also think it will make more people curious about the OG and potentially play it. Yeah, hopefully. Yeah, I would like these to be indirect recommendations. There are a lot of people who see these and add it to their lists or whatever, so please, no explicit spoilers. Obviously, going through this list, there's going to be, I guess, minor spoilers about the type of concepts and approach of these stories, but that's the limit. That's the limit I want to get to in this top 100 list. Like Hugs Online said. The way Sephiroth is handled is pretty telling of the way they want to handle the remake. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. New take on the story, yep. I talked about that in my VOD, like I mentioned. Okay, no problem, JT. No problem. Yeah, we're gonna get into Final Fantasy VII Remake in a second. How long did it take you to make this? To put this list together? Not long at all. Like a couple of hours, maybe? Yeah, that was very, brand new, that was very lucky. That was very lucky. Okay, so thank you guys. I acknowledge people are filtering out because we're playing the game now. But thank you for joining me if you have to leave for the top 100, as always. Thank you for the subs if you subbed or followed or cheered and you're leaving now. Thank you again for the support. Thanks very much. It is beautiful, yeah. Particularly Intergrade. Looking forward to seeing where Umineko, FF9, Twilight Princess, Kingdom Hearts 2, and Higurashi are. Or to see if they are in the list. We'll see. Are you going to make a collage for this? I don't plan on it. Bye, Dawn Enjoyer. Thanks again. Not the trilogy, love. I played Assassin's Creed 2. Alright, Juno, thank you very much. Hydrate, I should. I also need to go to the bathroom because I've been hydrating. I have not played Sekiro Shadow. Ultima Shadow. Okay, so we're going to transition into Final Fantasy VII Remake now. Again, what would Rogers from Black Sails rank in your tier list, by the way? Double S. Double S. Okay, cool. So we just need to shift a few things around now. And we'll do... Bear with me for a second. Is FF worth playing in 2022, or will the old graphics turn me off? That's an answer only you yourself can answer, I think, Monopoly. It depends on the person. The pixel art in Final Fantasy games is generally great, but if you don't like pixel art, then you won't like the presentation, right? I have no problems engaging myself in Final Fantasy games because of that, but everyone's different, right? All right, Shadow. Thanks again for the sub and for stopping by. All right, enjoy the rewatch. Okay. Just switching display here. Whoa. There we go. Okay. All right, sounds good. Oh, you want to replay it so you can dip? So you don't want to see my replay? I see. I'm just kidding. Okay. So, let me just get into the game here. And I have a lot to talk about as a little bit of a preamble, but I think I might go to the bathroom first. I'm kidding, Safwa. Have a good time with your replay. I'm totally kidding. And thanks again for the sub. I love this song too. Okay, so whoops. What did I just do? There we go. So actually, okay, I have a few things to say about continuing on, but I need to go to the bathroom quickly, so bear with me. Take a little break yourself, and then I want to talk about some things that I did before this stream, and we'll continue, okay? Be right back. Okie dokie. Okay. So, a couple things I just want to tell you guys. So, you will notice that I'm at a different spot than I was in the last one. So what I did was, during the ensuing week, I mentioned this at the end of last stream, that I might play through a little bit because the next part of the story is very thin and full on padding. Chapters 5, 6, and 7 are very full on padding, and they took me about 2.5 hours to get through, 2 to 2.5 hours to get through. That's basically a stream, and they are so thin on story content in terms of things to say. Since this is an analytical story playthrough, I figured it would be best if I went through that on my own time and then talked about the story things to sum them up in a few minutes this stream. So hopefully that's okay. I hope that's okay, but that's what I decided to do. So I just have a couple of things to say about this stuff before we continue. So what had happened is that they're on their job. Cloud, Tifa, Barrett are on their quest to disrupt the next reactor, Sector 5. What they do is they get on board a train. That train gets kind of hijacked. They escape. They work their way through the train facility, through some lighting facilities on top of the plate, and then into the reactor proper. They make their way through some weapon facilities that are under the employ of Shinra, and plant the bomb, and then try to make their way out of there before they detonate it. That's where we are right now. We're trying to make our way out of the reactor. In the ensuing time, the real best girl faster, yep. So I made some notes. I went through chapters 5, 6, and some of 7. In the ensuing time, just in terms of world building, there's some interesting graffiti throughout the halls, the facilities we go through, sort of speaking of, again, this sort of everyman's uprising from the slums, the attitude towards Shinra, just an emphasization of that point. There is also a really nice scene where Biggs secures them a route to progress, and Barrett kind of goes to hug him, and he just dodges it. It's kind of cute. I like it a lot. And then we get introduced to Heimerdinger. Heidegger. Heidegger, the fans and vents, yeah. Excuse me, Heidegger. Who is essentially, I find... can you tell Arcane's been on the mind? So I find him to be interesting, not because he's an interesting guy, but he's the head of, head of public security for Midgar, the superpower, the metropolis of this planet. Jace on the brain, yeah. The superpower of this planet, he's the head of Midgar, public security in Midgar, and yet he's an idiot. Heidegger is a guy who would be a grunt, just a regular dumbass grunt in any other game, but because of how broken the leadership at Shinra is, and because of the structure there, someone who would be a grunt in most JRPGs is suddenly propelled to this position of immense power. He's one of the most important people in the known world at this point in time, politically, in terms of weapon disposal, weapons at his disposal, excuse me. And I think that speaks about how President Shinra has formulated things. He just has a bunch of grunts at his disposal that do what he says, but are not smart or intelligent or clever or productive. They just do what he says, and that's all. They're very simple people. So I think it's very interesting to think of Heidegger in that way. Shimmer now, yeah. So yeah, it talks about how doomed this city is under this current regime. And how self-serving. So, another thing is, as you're working your way through the lighting facilities, these are on top of the plate, it's notable that there is weaponized, they're all weaponized. There are defense systems. And how many cities can you think of have a defense system for maintenance, for, fans, venting? These were venting systems that we were working our ways through, and there were weapons there. Security defense. Obviously, these sorts of facilities need security, but Shinra's got guns everywhere. They've got turrets. And so I think that just speaks of the intensity of the ways in which the everyman again oppose them. They're expecting these sorts of things. So I made a note. It's like they either put the weapons there in anticipation of violent intruders, or because it became a necessity. Either way, it speaks of what they're doing and like how diametrically opposed to it the everyman is. The environmental design is great, despite the padding. Like I said, it's kind of thin in story content. Yeah, I just noticed that this time around, Luciano, so I thought it was interesting. And so the environmental design is great. You're looking down upon Sector 4, I believe it is, in between 4 and 5. And that just the transitions from area to area is very gradual. I love a good geographical transition. Not much to say there other than that. But it really gets across the scale of Midgar and these facilities, because it took me a couple of hours game time to just hike across a maintenance facility for one sector. And there are 8 here. It really gets across the scale of how big this place is. So I really like that, even though it led to some, some padding. And then the whole time, Heidegger and President Shinra are watching the party, and what they do is they broadcast the party to the public to portray them as terrorists, basically, to propaganda and make them the villains, to villainize them. And Barrett has trouble dealing with that to an extent. We also see a cutscene of a flashback where Cloud sees a grieving Tifa looking over some sort of body that looks like a father figure. This is years ago. And, glad to hear it, Blacksmith. And she picks up a knife, and she says that she is sick of all this, she hates Sephiroth. And then she goes into a room equipped with that knife. So that's just indicative of something. Then the cutscene cuts off there. Yeah, scale is definitely something that wasn't super well portrayed. Again, I think it's a lot of the hardware limitations of the system, the top-down perspective. It's just what they were dealing with. But this one, that's one of the huge improvements of this game that I really love, like you said. How they're going to scale the open world in future parts? Yeah, that'll be interesting. Hey, Azrael Cat. Glad you caught it. We're just about to start our continuation. And then one more thing, which I mentioned in my Final Fantasy VII Remake video, is that there's a contrast between Barrett in the original and this game. In the original, he's much more, I guess, violent. In this game, Barrett is headstrong and impulsive to a very reckless and negative degree. But in the original game, he's far more violent. Yeah, I got you, Luciano. Midgar was already one of my favorite settings ever, and the remake just elevated it. Absolutely. They made it a magical setting. Not that it wasn't in the first place, but to a greater extent, in my opinion. When you first get to Sector 7, 7th Heaven, Barrett goes in there and shoots up the place. He uses his gun to literally shoot on the ceiling, on the walls, to get people to get out of the bar because he wants it for himself. That is a little unhinged. So that aspect of Barrett is definitely gone. He still maintains that edge and those core characteristics, but it's applied in a much more, I guess, less extreme way in terms of how that manifests. Not quite as much rage leading to violence. Yeah, I liked Barrett a lot more here as well. Also, so now leading to where we are now. We're at the end of the reactor, we're about to leave, and we're about to be confronted with something. In the original game, the party comes up to, and are confronted personally by President Shinra, who kind of laughs in their face. This game improves upon that a bit because it's really stupid for the president of this city to go face-to-face with these people who are literally, they hate him. And a guy violent enough to shoot up his own bar, Tifa's bar, but you know what I mean. What is he going to do to this, this violent, essentially terrorist? He goes face-to-face with that? It's kind of stupid, right? And the party just kind of watch him as he talks to them. So it's a bit of a jarring scene in the original. They improve it upon it a lot in this game. Yeah, Barrett was definitely improved upon a lot, I think. Your video on him was great, too, regarding his character. I almost forgot. Oh, thank you. Yeah, they do a ton with him, for sure. So yeah, just thought I'd do talk about that contrast for a little bit, because that scene that I just talked about, where Shinra confronts them personally, is the equivalent of that is coming up right here. And yeah, that's about all I had to say. So that's all the story substance basically, talked about in a few minutes, or what's a 2 to 2.5 hour portion of the game. So I'm pretty glad that I did that on my own time, because we're gonna get some substance here for sure. But first, like I said, we're at the end of the facility. So wait, where am I going? And we have a boss fight. Oh wait, oh yeah, here we go.
All right, time to go.
So again, I like Shinra HQ in the back. Nice sense of scale, nice backdrop again.
The eyes of one who has bathed in Mako, which would make you a soldier.
Ex-soldier.
Once a soldier, always a soldier. Though not, alas, for very long. Accelerated cellular degradation being the most common cause of death.
They are, Luciano.
This is classified.
And I agree, Spirit Noodle.
Every soldier knows
The banger OST,
That's
yep.
right.
Think you forgetting someone? Would that I could. You strike me as the type to go on without hand. Ain't enough hours in the day to hold you to account for all your crimes. And what a wasteful indulgence it would be, even if there were. Okay then. Let's talk about wasteful indulgences. What is Mako? The life stream. The lifeblood of the planet. Our planet. But Shinra keeps on slurping it up like a thirsty dog. What do you think's gonna happen if you don't stop, huh? We do indeed keep on slurping it up, as you say. But for whose benefit, I wonder. The true nature of Mako is known to one and all, yet the people willfully turn a blind eye to the cost. As you must surely be aware. Don't you dare try to.
This is a great cutscene.
If anyone's going along with your plans, it's because you brainwashed them. Such methods are beneath me. As are you, my faithful Surex. Henceforth allies of wicked Wutai, our sworn enemy. Thank you for stoking our people's patriotic fervor.
Great for Barrett, great for Shinra.
You still don't understand your role in this.
And we got this dumbass.
What do they do? Don't you see? You fools were never in control. Never anything but pawns in our plans to some great and glorious war to the people. And your instruments of insurrection will detonate. When we so choose. God damn it! Now let us raise the curtain on our main event.
They're just known as sewer rats, yeah.
The trial of the eco-extremist group Avalanche. Terrorists conspired with Wutai against Midgard. Your guilt is undeniable. Your punishment, death.
Okay, so one of the best songs in the game right here. One of the most hype bosses, yep. I haven't played 13 Oblivion, so I don't know which character you mean, but nice moment for Tifa there too.
Sick of all of this.
Reflection to that cutscene, yep, right here.
Cloud, get your head in the game. We're counting on you, man.
Okay, this song is absolute magic. Absolutely beautiful. So that dialogue is really good. That dialogue is really good for portraying sort of Barrett's hypocrisy and the sort of societal implications of what they're doing that he's not listening to. And Shinra is an intelligent guy. He's the only intelligent corporation dude on Shinra. And he lays some truths bare here that are really important. Like, it's not black and white at all. And Barrett tries to pretend that it is. What about Reed? Yeah, I meant I was talking about aside from them. Like, so out of Scarlet, Heidegger, Palmer, out of those three, and then Shinra's the only real intelligent one, and Hojo. Well, I guess Hojo's intelligent in a different way. Yeah, Shinra puts him in his place. Yep, absolutely. Oh crap. So great scene, like, and also, like I said earlier, Shinra is like personally face to face confronts the party originally, whereas here he's in a hologram, which much better, much smarter, more keeping in tone with his character because he's a smart guy. He's not going to go face to face with his enemy against a guy with an arm. Are you playing on PS5? No, I'm playing on PC. Love that aspect. Yeah, he's in denial in the impact of his actions for his cause and the fact that they are complicit with Shinra. Absolutely in denial. That's like the core of a lot of his dialogue, a lot of his behavior, a lot of his actions. And let's do a summon.
Do your thing.
All right, the Holy Potato. What sports question you got? You can ask us. You can ask me whenever you want, Holy Potato, by the way. But again, football, American football, soccer / football, and basketball are the only sports I watch. Is this aspect of Barrett explored in the OG? Will it be expanded upon later in the remake, I think? Well, it's expanded upon a ton in this game. Like, these scenes, they are not as fleshed out in the original at all. Like, it's an aspect of Barrett's character and always has been since the original. But these games really do the best job, like, this remake really does the best job of getting it there. Make AJ watch Naruto, saving up points for that? Yeah, go for it. Okay, I think I need a heal or something, right?
Hang back. All good. Now, get in there.
I hear you loud and clear. Okay, let's go. Yeah.
1/50th of the way. I have no idea what I just did. I'd like to know what your favorites are for this year's championship. My favorites, the Suns look great. The Warriors look great, especially if they can come back from injury.
Good job.
I think my...
My turn.
I would say
Yeah.
Miami looks amazing, but they've been on a bit of a losing streak lately.
Deal with that.
But regardless, I'd say my favorites would be either the Warriors or the Suns. But Milwaukee, Nets, if KD can come back and they can get this shit together, and Miami, maybe. I would have expected the OG to be more clear-cut about good and bad. Does it have nuances? It does have nuances, but the nuances are more fleshed out in this game, for sure.
Coming at you hard and fast. I'm counting on you.
Like, these scenes are not portrayed to this extent. They don't have voice acting, right? The dialogue's much more nuanced. Yeah. The choir is insane, yeah. It's gonna be done kinda soon, I think, unfortunately. Oops, whoops, my bad. Yeah, we haven't seen them together. I want to see it a bit more, but I mean, what can you do with Kyrie's situation?
Bring it on.
God, the guitar. Holy shit.
Hang back. Here we go.
The progression of the musical sequence is just chef kiss. Yeah, holy. Yeah, Nets versus Bucks was, yeah. Well, wait, Nets versus Bucks final.
We don't have long.
Oh yeah. You mean
Take Tifa and get out of here.
before the actual NBA final, right?
This ain't the end of the line for you or me.
Cloud!
Conference final.
Come on.
Antagonist. I like how Barrett needs to literally carry her off to stop her from going to Cloud. What difficult? Oh, this is easy. Because this is a story-focused game playthrough. I asked chat beforehand if it was okay if I did easy, and they said yeah. So this is easy. Garrett, best girl incoming. Yeah, she starts hitting him too. Yeah. You watched your Arcane video. Oh, glad you liked it. All right, Turtle Man. Thanks for stopping by. So this begins one of my favorite parts of the game as well.
Hey, buddy. You okay? Yeah. Made it through with just a couple of scraped knees back then. Back then? What do you say? We doing this? Have we? Never mind about that. Right now, you need to focus on yourself. Move something. Anything. Why not? Good. Easy does it. Slow. And steady. Yeah. Hey, who are you? Who are you?
I am your everything.
Hello in there.
Oh, Cloud. There's still so much to be done.
Okay, so a lot of things to take from this scene. Sorry, just before we progress, a little bit of flirting from Sephiroth, a little bit. So there are lots of theories about what that means, that Cloud speaking to him. Could that be another aspect of his own genuine self? Could that be Sephiroth manipulating something to do with Cloud's mind to talk to him? Because Sephiroth so far in this game has been telling Cloud, you need to go on, you need to proceed, you need to progress towards your goals, and you need to, carry out your ambitions, which just happened to seem to align with Sephiroth's, of course. So what Cloud was saying here was get up, move anything, we gotta get going, which is in line with Sephiroth's motivations. So that could be part of it, speaking to Cloud through an image of himself, or it could be something else, because it doesn't have to be Sephiroth for Cloud to internally want to just keep going, right? Especially after what he just experienced. And all. So I think it's a complex little scene that says quite a lot. If I had to guess, I don't know. I'm really torn about who it is. The font is slightly gray, right? Was it? I might have missed it. I think it was in the original, but I don't know about here. I might have, if it was slightly gray, I missed it. Either way, lots of food for thought there. And now we reach one of my favorite chapters in the game. And a great breather section after a fight.
Maybe you're not okay. Ah, he lives. Finally awake, are we?
I love her.
Aerith. It's Aerith. And you are?
Cloud.
Nice to meet you again.
Again, huh?
What? You don't remember? What about the flowers?
Oh, the flower girl. And this is...
The music.
An old church in the Sector 5 slums. You came crashing through the roof without so much as a look out below. Fell right into my flower bed. Lucky for you. Like, really.
Sorry, I didn't mean to...
Don't worry about it. They're a lot tougher than they look. This
Just like her.
place, it has a kind of power. Before I forget, you dropped this when you landed.
Thanks.
I've got one too.
You and everybody and their mother.
Not like mine, no. It's special. Mine's not good for anything at all.
Sorry to pause the scene right there. Just a couple of things. How's it going, John Bams? And it performs really well so far, Musai BK. Sorry, Louise. Sorry, Anna. Not much I can do about that. It's the scene, and I'm not gonna skip it. Boy. Voice actress, spot on. Yep. So that scene right there, we get a flash of. That is one of the prime reasons why this should be played optimally, if you can, if possible, after the original. Because we get a flash there of something that happens later in the original that we know that happens. That makes you think, like, this was not shown to us in the original. This is a glimpse of something that we know happens. Like, what's going on there? A core aspect of this remake is these things that are fed to Cloud in these moments. So that's very key there. Louise, did I cut myself off? Yeah. Yeah, the English cast is great. Only like a very minor misstep, in my opinion. Hey, Jay Lucky, I prefer the royal ending. The royal ending. Glad you enjoyed it. Anyways, back to the most precious girl in the world.
Bet you just don't know how to use it.
Could be. Though, I really don't mind. Just having it is enough. It was a gift from my mother. Pretty crazy, huh? Us meeting again like this. You should stay a while.
Yeah, I've seen a couple of them, Ultima Shadow. It's very slightly different Spirit Noodle throughout consistently, just localization stuff, but notably there are important lines at the end that are different in the ending cutscenes and things like that. There might be others, but I'm not entirely aware of. Do I want Aerith to yell at me?
And just when I had finished tending the flowers here,
That's Aerith yelling.
gotta start over. Just me, myself, and I.
He's so cute. Yeah. Okay. So again, tonally, this is a great breather sequence because we just had this hectic 3-chapter run through the facilities, and very nice breather. Aerith is a breath of fresh air. And with regards to Aerith's dialogue, just pay attention in the future because she says several things that hint at the fact that she knows that certain things are going to happen, or she knows certain things about. Oh, go up to the door. About, yeah, I love this. About the story that will happen. She knows extra things, to put it lightly and simply. And we're not in any hurry. So yeah, just keep an eye on those on that dialogue. I'll point it out when it comes. Okay.
I could stick around a bit.
Really? You will? In that case. Huh?
I'll see myself in. Thanks. And who are you?
He's my bodyguard. And a soldier. Pretty cool, huh?
Huh? A soldier?
Ex-soldier.
Well, what do you know? You
Compose
got
it.
your
Compose
guns,
yourself.
at least.
You don't mind, do you? Bodyguard work's not too different from merc stuff,
So
right?
here's the first one.
I guessed. From the sword. Just do this for me, okay?
Fine, but it'll cost you. A lot.
A lot, huh? One date ought to do it.
Huh. Well, you're weird enough to be one.
So she knew Cloud was a merc automatically without him saying anything.
If you're gonna bullshit me, at least try to make it believable.
Hey, watch the flowers!
You heard the lady.
Yes, please.
I'll make this quick.
You better.
There's two right.
Really? Since when? This is the first I've heard of it.
You're done.
I don't think that counts then.
Let's do this.
And one could argue that she did know from the armor, or the sword, excuse me. Where'd he go? Okay. But you know, her reaction, like the voice acting there, it makes it clear that she's covering something up.
You're mine. Now you're in for it. Whatever.
Aerith's sass is splendidly scrumptious. It is, and I love what she says about the flowers. You know, they're dainty,
I'm damn good at it.
but they're stronger than they look. And Reno trying to be his own badass self here. Reno and Cloud develop a really, well, pretty one-sided rivalry here that I find
Gonna make me work.
pretty endearing.
Well, lucky for you, tough guy. That's a bit professional.
Yeah, he does have a different sword, Ultima Shadow.
Could use a spark. Burn. See ya.
Wow.
Come on. So tough now.
Time to burn.
Soldier boy.
Do you really have to ice the flowers?
I adore her so much. Prior to playing, I had seen her as so stereotyped as this sweet pea and angelic and all this, but she's so sassy and will call people out and is not just a precious being. Absolutely. So, something I really like about Aerith is she is totally different to how people would stereotypically assume someone of her appearance would be. And she is very sweet. Wow, I'm getting killed. But she's very sassy. She has this hard outer edge. She can handle herself in the slums. And just overall, like, she can handle herself. She's very tough. I apologize for butchering this fight.
Time to burn.
No, they're not Slayer. They're very different.
Too easy.
What the hell?
Or where that came from.
Soft, tough exterior, soft interior. Yeah, good job. Yeah. Yes, simplified, definitely antagonist.
Wrong, man. I just wanted to.
Like, what I will say about Aerith is that there's a scene coming up that shows who she is exactly. Like, well, not who she's exactly, but a great summarization of the type of person she is, which is in contrast to what one would assume, or what people sometimes say she is.
Go get the girl. Sir.
And Reno's demeanor here is very telling. I'm fine, you know. Very,
The hell?
bit of an inferiority complex towards Cloud,
They're not attacking.
and a bit of pride. The roof hopping scene, yep, exactly.
Over here!
And then we have these Dementors blocking our way. What's that about, huh?
Through the attic.
Oh, okay, I didn't know you were gonna play it, Critty, but that's cool. Glad you enjoyed. Hope you have a good time going live. Is it Sekiro today too? Yeah, it is when she says shit. Spirit Noodle. Oh, sorry, what am I doing? I wasn't paying attention.
Saved me.
Come on.
So right here, they saved her. So like just like she said, they're not purely negative. They seem to have their
I'll
own
go first.
motives, which we know. We've talked about this. Sekiro, yeah, and you're gonna check out the series eventually. Good, cool. There are definitely good starting points. So if you're interested in knowing which I would recommend to start off, in terms of storytelling or gameplay, I could definitely give you some recommendations. But if you just want to go for whatever you want yourself, obviously, world's your oyster. Have a good stream, Critty.
Oh, man.
Hey, you okay?
Probably. Or maybe not.
Okay,
There's so much as a scratch on her.
I'll
You're done.
Sir!
hit you with some then, Critty.
In one piece. What now? Run!
Move and I'll shoot!
Oh no, you won't.
But sir!
Could drop that.
Could drop that.
Okay.
What's the holdup? I can't get to her.
The whispers were a bit too aggressive sometimes, in the sense that they can be overwhelmingly jarring. Yes, I'm sure you'll get to them. But what do you think of them? I actually talked about them already, Luciano, in a previous stream. But that's basically it. I think what I said about the whispers is, I have not played Zandy. I have not played the Japanese version, but I've heard enough of it to have an opinion. I think it's really good. I think it's great. I think it does Sephiroth better. Where am I going? So basically, I think the whispers are really interesting conceptually. Oh, goodness. Really interesting conceptually, really appropriate for the themes of the remake and the original to sort of converge. So lots of thought put into them, and I love the ways in which they impact the plot. Like, they're really sound in terms of their plot relevance and plot significance, and really interesting. But they can be a bit too aggressive, just like you said. They can just be in your face and very blunt and annoying. So they're not perfectly done, for sure. But I think they're necessary, and I think they're a net positive. Japanese Sephiroth sounds really, really good.
But sir,
That 2 HP shot.
Partners got it. We are out. Beginner's luck. More of those things.
So 1,000 Arrows, the purpose of the Whispers, I'm just pausing now because we're going to get into a scene where I'm going to be quiet. Essentially, kind of. Spoiler for later in the game about what their purpose is, but they just try to... They're basically agents of fate, sent from the planet. They're spirits sent from the planet, you know, live stream, everything's integrative, to keep fate on its rightful course that will lead to a good end result for the planet. If anything happens that... that good end result for the planet is the original ending of the first game. If anything happens to curtail that, they will prevent it, or restrict it, or get in the way. So essentially, they're trying to make events happen to go towards the ending of the first game. And whenever anything tries to divert from that, they get in the way. Do I think they'll be back? No, I don't think so, Brand Dude. Given what happens at the ending, it would be kind of weird. But I don't think it's impossible. I just think English Sephiroth doesn't have quite as much menace and weight to his voice as I'd prefer. I think he's a little monotone, but I don't think he's awful or anything.
It's like they're guiding us.
Stay close.
So cool.
So cool. Heh. Yeah. Cloud, as much as he tries not to, Cloud loves to be told that he's cool.
Prep for exfil.
Or not.
Reno is not doing too hot, is he? Yeah, you could look it up if you want, Spirit Noodle. I think it's a really good performance.
Yeah, think so.
What are they?
I think... Actually, I don't know. Let's just go.
So right there, Cloud asks her, "Are they gone?" Speaking about the Whispers. She says, the ghosts. She says, "Yeah, I think so." And he says, "What are they?" And then she starts to answer him. "I think..." And she goes, "You know what? Actually, never mind." And she holds off. She knows something about them, but she's not telling Cloud. That's two very notable things, questionable things, within just a few minutes. I did have to cripple Reno. I had to. He got in the way. I think the scenes with Aerith really show how playing the original adds so much. Yeah, it's a remake. Yeah, totally agree. I have not played 10-2, John Bams. Okay, here we go.
Okay, up for crossing the rooftops? See that pillar over there? There's a station right by it. Shall we mosey on over?
Let's.
So, all you can hear is the gentle sway of the wind. Very relaxing, very therapeutic. You can see some birds there. And the open space, despite this being slums and this being disastrous, really, is a nice change from the confined areas we've been in up until now. And this contrast, in a comfortable way, will continue as we continue on. I agree, Brand Dude. I agree. I've always thought that as well.
So, what's next for you?
A little bit of bodyguard work.
Right.
After that, it's back to the Sector 7 slums.
You know how to get there?
Yep.
Of course you do.
And then the gentle music. The gentle music. Slayer, that would spoil my top 100 list, so I'm gonna have to hold off on that question for now. Sorry about that. Thank you for the follows, guys.
That suit from earlier. He was one of Shinra's Turks. What's a Turk want with you?
Dunno. Hey, don't Turks keep an eye out for potential soldiers and stuff?
They do more than just scout for candidates. Turks get called in to handle all kinds of situations, with extreme prejudice.
Professional bad guys. Gotta love them.
Back to my question. So what's he to you? Looked like you knew each other.
Maybe he thought I could be the greatest soldier yet.
Forget it.
You mad?
So Aerith is genuinely very smart and clever with the way she frames these conversations. Cloud is trying to get some answers out of her. How do you know these people? Like, why are they after you? What are they doing? What's your relation to them? Why are you so important? And she diverts it by joking around and being charming and playful and poking at him to avoid the subject. Well, she's also just very charming in that way, but she avoids the subject. She has secrets that she's not telling him, and she doesn't want him to know for whatever reason. And it works, because he just goes, forget it. Aerith is very clever. Much better than the few hops in dialogue we get in the OG. Oh yeah, this delivers in terms of just completely elevating this over the OG. I like this scene in the OG, but it's so quick, and this does so much more for Aerith's character. It's, and it's so emotional. Like, I'm getting swept up just listening to the music. The first time I played this was the first time I got truly, truly emotional at Final Fantasy VII as a story.
Not a lot of room.
Gotcha. Thanks.
Giving Cloud even more reason to stay around her longer, true? Yeah, I agree, Thousand Arrows is definitely one of the best sections of the game. Tonally, thematically, for reasons we'll get into in a second, thematically. But, yeah, it does so much. The scenery, how it sets up Cloud and Aerith's dynamic, yep, and how it sums her up. And environment.
Actually haven't traveled by rooftop before.
Be surprised if you had.
It's honestly kind of exciting.
Well, first time and all.
Cute. Also, environmental design, really good. Like, everything's dilapidated, everything is overtaken, well, some of it overtaken by grass and plants and whatever. We have this railroad-ish thing, these abandoned houses in the slums. Just nice visual storytelling. And, of course, contrasting all of that are the huge buildings and the roof, or sorry, the plate. Hollow Skies coming up, yeah. Oh, one of my favorite songs ever, full stop. Which really adds a soothing element to all of this to continue on with this theme, right? FF6 making the top 30 is nice, yeah. It had to be. I think this is on the OST. I think it's just like...
Wait!
Oh, yeah, here we
Give me
go.
a moment. Don't just run off on your own.
Those the words of a soldier candidate?
So petty.
Oh, these kids. Are we gonna make it to Midnight Rendezvous? I'm not sure about that. We'll see how it goes. Can't wait to play this on PS5, yeah.
So, does no one live in these buildings?
Nope. No one to get mad if we make noise. Looks kinda rusty.
I'll go first.
This is the moment I was talking about that sums up Aerith so well.
It's pretty old. Be careful.
Okay.
Easy now.
You worry too much. I'm not some princess who needs to be coddled. Shit.
I'm not some princess who needs to be coddled. Shit.
Ooh, that was unexpected. Thank you, Cloud. Ah,
Perfect.
there it is. The wall.
When I saw that scene for the first time, I knew that they knew who Aerith was. They knew what she was all about, and they were capturing her beautifully.
You know, I thought about leaving once, but in the end, I couldn't.
Too dangerous?
Too much. A whole world bursting with life. Maybe more than I can handle, I think sometimes. Even now. People hate the steel sky, the slums, but I don't. How could I? All that passion, all those dreams, flowing and blending together into something greater.
So a lovely contrast to the way that everyone else has been looking at the slums there. Everyone views it as downtrodden and this horrible place to live, and everyone's down on their luck and they're just making do. Understandably so, because that is the case. That is true as well. Aerith views all this, and she sees it as beautiful. All this life force, all these people with so many dreams and ambitions, trying to carry out those dreams and trying to live and carve out a place for themselves in this world. And she finds that ambition and sentiment and soul to be beautiful. So much so that more of that on the outside world, the prospect of more of that, might be too much for her just because she feels so much. She's such an empath. She just has such a sense of soul and heart, and that tells you a lot about her, as well as maybe her spiritual side as well, because a lot of that might have to do with her connection to supernatural elements. Yeah, and this quote directly connects to her quote at the end of the game. Obvious reasons. The prospect of leaving this place
This time I'll go first.
is too much for
After
her.
all, I can't count on you to wait.
But sometimes necessity,
Sure about
right?
this?
See for yourself.
What are the two choppers doing? Yeah, they're
Maybe I'll go on ahead and leave you all by your lonesome. Just,
Maybe you shouldn't talk.
then you talk. Tell me a story.
Not for free.
Cheapskate. You're.
Oh,
Gotcha.
you're killing me here.
I think the dialogue in this game is wonderful. I disagree. I don't think it's corny at all. Or I think sometimes it's intentionally corny.
Here goes
Because
nothing.
these are corny. Some of these characters are corny. Some of these characters are goofballs. I'm trying to enjoy this scene as much as possible, but my mind just flashes that scene later in the game where Aerith meets Cloud. Yeah. Yeah. Yep. I think the voice acting's great too. Especially Aerith's. You didn't ruin my
You
mood.
good?
Don't worry, Luciana.
Of course.
Because I have this scene. How can my mood be ruined when we have this scene right here?
My hero.
Never a dull moment with you.
That a compliment?
Not really.
Thanks anyway.
These lovely kids. And that is the end of that section.
We're getting closer to the station. Even so, we'll probably run into a few monsters on the way. Huh. There's a face that screams, "So what?"
I fought scarier things in my sleep.
Again, Cloud being a cornball. I can handle all of this. I'm the best. I'm so cool. And what I love about Aerith is she while acknowledging that he's being a dork, kind of plays that up. Like, my hero. Oh, you're so great. You're so cool. Great dynamic.
Look out, Cloud!
FF8 remake in this style would be so good. I would love an FF8
Someone
remake.
looks like they're in their element.
Jesus hype man, yeah. See, again, someone looks like they're in their element. Great track here, by the way. Great remake of this track, I think. She's continuously entertaining him, yeah, and entertaining herself through entertaining him.
Piece of cake. It's over.
Yep.
I'll show you what I can do.
Aerith is kind of broken in this game, in terms of gameplay.
Cloud, you don't know the slums that well, do you?
Compared to you? No. Training grounds, barracks, battlefields. That's the world I know.
You sound proud of that.
It was Black Sails, Jotaro. I come in and see 5 seconds of this game. It looks so good. Anyways, I will watch the VOD for the top 100. All right. Sounds good, Zenon. It is good. It's awesome. Congratulations on being an affiliate. Do you have Steins Gate on your top 100 list yet? I do not. Not yet, Tom Diddy. And thank you very much. I do not. We will see. We've gone through up to the top 25.
Oh? Thought the world you knew didn't include stations.
Ha ha.
And this game was 26 as well. It was 28 Final Fantasy VI, 27 Black Sails, 26 Final Fantasy VII Remake. Why does this game have so many detractors? Well, it does have flaws. I would never deny that. But also, a lot of people who were felt misled by the advertising for it, who just wanted a straight-up remake, which it isn't.
Come on. There's no need to shout.
Things like that.
Yeah, well, it's got a good view of the reactor.
It's on fire!
Disagree, Jotaro.
They know that. Don't worry.
And I have seen Steins Gate Zero, Blacksmith. I think it's a pretty good anime adaptation.
Yeah.
Oh, on your way home from the church?
That's right.
That's
Well,
right.
I'm glad you're okay. Did any debris hit the church?
Not debris. No.
That's something at least, but you may not be so lucky next time.
So I've talked about Sephiroth. Oop.
You know a way to get topside other than the train?
Sorry. Can't say I do.
Figured as much. A goddamn pain in the ass.
And trains are delayed. So I talked about Sephiroth in earlier streams, and earlier in this stream actually, and in my video on it. So if you want an elaboration on why I think the criticism of Sephiroth are like kind of miss the mark, you can watch those. But essentially, I don't think he's mishandled it at all. I think he's pretty much exactly what he needs to be, in my opinion. Think it'll go open world for the second part? I think hasn't that been confirmed? I think that's been confirmed. But either way, yeah, I think that's the right decision. Not only to expand things in terms of gameplay and gameplay flow and vary things up, but it just makes sense. Midgar was this seemingly open world before, and the world is much grander than just that. I can't wait to see some of the towns.
Gosh, the smell. Would you like a bowl of marsh stew? The perfect blend of sweet and spicy.
Huh?
Wait.
Deck is all clear!
Maybe it's not confirmed. Maybe I'm just misremembering. But either way, I think it should be open world. Oh, the golden saucer. Oh. I cannot wait. And so here we have a Rude.
Let's go!
Great voice, by the way. Amazing voice. 30 hours of Calm? I'd play it. Easy. Calm is one of my favorite places, locations.
A real man on a mission.
On the hunt, more like.
For me? For you?
Don't know. Don't care.
Then, let's stick to the back streets? Ah. There will be monsters.
Sephiroth being handled the same as the original couldn't work for this game. Besides, I'd argue that by this point, Sephiroth... Whoa. Lots of chat coming in. Sephiroth is such an iconic villain that keeping him a mystery is unnecessary. Yeah. I more or less pretty much entirely agree. Like, the first part of the comment talks about, sums up basically why I don't think he would work. He has a totally different role. This is not a remake, right? As much as the title says that, it's not actually a remake. Expected release date, since they said they'll have news about the game this year. Yeah, I hope so. Well, I would hope so too. I'm not holding my breath for it though. And someone earlier was asking if I'm excited for 16, and I am. Yeah, for sure. It looks interesting.
There's a Shinra dump site up ahead. Not the kind of place
Okay,
anyone
Jotaro, I mean...
would choose to hang around
Okay,
with.
sorry you feel that way, yeah.
Lay low.
No one's gonna like everything, right? Personally, can't wait for the Nibelheim part if it comes out in part 2. Yeah. I'm looking forward to every major story beat, that being a big one of them. as a newcomer to the FF franchise who has only played 7 and Remake, what do you think is a good follow-up, 6 or 9? I would recommend neither of them. 1,000 Arrows. I would say, if you're open to not playing any of those two next, I would go for 4. 4 is a great entry point to the franchise, in my opinion.
You'd better watch out then, Cloud.
Great banter there. 4 offers a lot of the story points that Final Fantasy games tend to cover, like the spirit of the story, really well. Offers interesting. Well, it's kind of a challenging game if you do the 3D versions of them. But the gameplay is sort of the simplified template of what you can expect, while being pretty difficult. So 4 is a good entry point. But let me see if you said anything. 5 is a better entry point than 4. Either or. Why is 5 better? Why is it better? What would you say? But 5 is a good entry point too. I think 4, 5, and 10 are all good entry points. Because 9,000 Arrows is very... You'll get a lot more out of 9 if you played other ones first, particularly ones like 6, 7, 8. 4 as well, I think. 5 as well. Like 4 to 8, I think it's best to play 9 after you've gotten a few FFs under your belt, because it pays homage to those a lot, to the previous ones. What's up, Logan? The job system. Yeah, I understand, Dajobu Man, but why does the job system make it a better entry point? Specifically. 15's a good entry point too. Yeah, 15's a good entry point too. Oh, where am I going? There we go. Yeah, me too. Me too, Brand Dude. Yep, I will watch a single episode of Naruto for 50k points. I will also watch them on my own as well, of course. Oh, wow. I came from here, did I not? I did. Whoopsie daisy. That's what happens when I'm just talking to chat. Yup, my bad. You ever seen the Warriors movie? I've seen a movie called Warrior, but I have not seen the Warriors movie. I'm not sure. I don't think I've heard of that. But yeah, I'm interested, Dajobu Man, if you still, why you think the job... Am I going the right way? I'm confused. Yeah, I am. Okay.
Over here.
Yeah, it's the right way, yeah. By the way, do you ever think they'll do another remake series like this for another FF game in the future? I really hope so. I don't know if they would, because doing it with this much effort and like qualities must be taxing, right? It's a lot of resources, a lot of time. And 7 is special to a lot of people. So they might have been motivated to just do it for this one, but I think that would be a great choice for the future of the series. Move this. Right. Right. I think I have to go around. I'm pretty sure. Or maybe not. No, I have to go here. Would love to see this for FF6 or 8. Yeah. 6, 8. I'd see it for 9 too. Eric, please.
I knew it.
Yeah, I guess Cloud's just strong. I thought you had to go around or something. I would love to see FF6 and 9 remade. I think they might, since they're probably making good dough from this remake. They are. It's also just such an undertaking, like I said. Depends on if they want to make it as extensive as this. Because I can definitely see them doing remakes of this quality, but not maybe as long. Because Midgar is special, right? You can understand them wanting to pad out Midgar a lot. and other games don't have it.
Stay back.
There's a clear division in the story material for Midgar and the rest of the game, so it's just a natural point for a part 1. Whereas the other games I'm thinking of are pretty, like, they flow. There's less division. It flows into itself pretty naturally.
How do you figure?
Because they went for the stronger prey.
Cute again. Six's endgame would be insane. Oh yeah, with this quality of presentation, oh man, I cannot even imagine. Didn't they say FF10-3 after the remake is done? Did they? Oh yeah, I went this way. Whoops. I didn't hear that, Dajobu man, but maybe. That would be cool too. I heard, like, rumblings of it, but not that it was next.
Still a fair ways off.
Well, we did take a detour. Getting tired?
Nah.
Me, I'm feeling a bit hungry.
Oh, okay.
How about you?
Amazed.
You're in for a treat when we make it back.
Don't have time for that.
You'll want to make time for my mom's cooking. And that's the final word on it. We'll get home quick and eat ourselves stupid.
Yeah, just that they had plans? Oh, I see. That's more or less what I heard as well. Oh, no.
Well, this isn't good. That's it!
Working on Final Fantasy VII Remake comes first? Yeah, and I'm glad they're doing that. Because,
Let me teach him
to be honest, I'm impatient. I'm impatient when it comes to this.
This one's for you!
That it?
Oh no. Giant swords? I've never seen a story that had a giant sword that was not pure Kino. Not that I can think of.
It's awake!
I wish it kept sleeping.
Get him!
Alright, NL, thanks for stopping by. Do you think there's a chance you could have issues with the age of the game?
Going in.
One more shot!
Oh, Black Clover? Cannot speak about Black Clover. Not sure about that one. Will there be another Final Fantasy game on top of 100? You have to wait and see.
Maybe it opens from this side?
We'll have to see. So 1,000 Arrows, so... 7 is the type of graphical style that I think aged the worst. Because, you know, the polygons and all that. I think the background art looks really well. It looks really good. Like, the way that the background art is drawn and all that stuff. I think that ages well. However,
Don't think it'll open.
don't think it'll open.
What to do? It just doesn't want to open, does it?
However,
There's a way to get over
games
it?
like Final Fantasy 4, 5, 6, 7, they're pixel art, right? So it's a different type of graphical style and presentation. If you're okay with pixel art, then I don't see any reason why you would feel that it's aged badly or it would be antiquated for you.
No good? That sucks.
Because they age in a different way,
Try moving that container
Oops.
to make a path.
if that makes sense. Goodness gracious. I have to go all the way back. Yeah, I like this game slightly better than Final Fantasy VI. Ever so slightly. It's very close. Yeah, not knowing anything about it is a good thing. Yep, I would say so. You interested in the Final Fantasy VI Pixel Remaster? Yeah, absolutely. Interested to see what they do, because they revamped... I haven't played any of the Pixel remasters yet, but I think they revamped the music, right? I'm interested in that. I'm interested in the new aesthetics. I'll probably play it when it comes out. Yeah, no worries. I think the graphical jump 9 and 10 is huge. Those don't look that bad compared to 7. 9 looks beautiful, I think. I don't think 9 has aged badly in any sense. I think it looks great. 10 can be a little stiff, but there's a remaster for 10 which looks good. And the cutscenes, like the pre-rendered cutscenes, are great. Also, yeah, and sorry, I keep yeah. Oh, whoops, sorry, Aerith. Final Fantasy 15, Luciano mentions it in chat, is also a good entry point for sort of the pathos-driven style of the stories, and like it's obviously one of the more modern ones. I think it's pretty. It's got a bit of something for everyone, for most people.
You're getting paid right now. Huh?
That's funny. So yeah, 15 is a good entry point as well, I think. It was an entry point for a couple of my friends. 9 is probably aged the best? Yeah, I think 9 and maybe 6. The Connie Sasha A, yeah. The game we need for PS4 needs to be Persona 4 Golden, GTA 4, physical copy of Chrono Trigger. All good games. Favorite JoJo main character? I can't say I'm a huge fan of any of them, but I suppose Jotaro.
Don't forget about the Turks.
Jolene.
Keep an eye out.
Jolene's had a pretty good start. I like her, but I've only seen 12 episodes of Part 6. Have you played Xenogears? I played some of Xenogears. Not... I stopped at, like, some tournament place. Like, there was some sort of tournament.
That's the station.
Gotcha. So I stopped, like, I don't know, between 12 to 15 hours through the game.
So, do you think this means another war's coming?
The Sector 5 slums are right there.
So, our second major slum area, Sector 5 Central District.
What are they watching?
Hey!
Oh, thank you, SSJ. I'm glad you enjoyed them.
Just got in a big old shipment of fabric softener.
Part 7 adaptation, me too. Me too, Celix. Oops.
I'm standing inside the gutted shell of Mako Reactor 5.
They're working for Wutai, isn't it obvious?
There's still a lot of smoke rising
using
from the rubble.
spies so they don't have to break
While
the
fallen
ceasefire.
beams and other debris continue to hinder
Those
rescue
foreign
efforts,
devils
the
are trying to
fires
start
appear to
another
have been
war.
mostly
So if
extinguished.
we help catch the bombers, we get a reward
Over
or
there.
something?
That's the director of Shinra's Advanced Weaponry Division, isn't it?
Enough of that doom and
Excuse me,
gloom.
ma'am, but would you
we're
mind
safe
answering a
down
few
here.
questions?
They're targeting reactors. There's no
Can you
reason
give us
for
any
them to
updates
attack
on the
us.
status of the reactor?
So,
What
when
kind
are
of
the trains
damage did
gonna
it
start
suffer
up
in the
again?
explosion? Are we in any danger?
Mako Reactor 5 has been temporarily shut down, and all fires have been successfully extinguished. The situation is under control, and the people of our fair city need not worry about any additional complications. We're in the process of conducting a full forensic investigation, but we suspect the device used was similar to that employed in the attack on Mako Reactor 1. The perpetrators of that atrocity were filmed making their escape. These agents of the eco-terrorist group Avalanche are currently believed to be in hiding somewhere in Midgar.
So, important context here for Scarlet
This group has now attacked 2 reactors in quick
and the
succession.
populace's views on Avalanche.
Stops before they strike again.
And
What
this...
do you think? Have no fear. Shinra will keep Midgar safe.
Okay, time's up.
So that tells you a lot about Scarlet in a little, just a
All right,
tiny,
let's go.
tiny glimpse. Pretty efficient. Very domineering, very authoritative, covering up the truth. Have you played Spider-Man 2018? No, I have not. And, there was something else.
Mind lending me a hand?
Place is really hopping, huh?
Nice side effect of the train situation. So, what do you say?
I'd love to, but...
Slayer, I'd say the OG 7 if you've played the remake. Just to compare and contrast, if you want to see it, if you want to play it.
Aerith! Well, well. What are you doing all the way up there?
Was trying to get a look at the reactor.
How attractive she is, yeah.
Who's this guy?
This is Cloud. He's a mercenary. And currently my bodyguard.
Mommy? Scarlet is a good-looking woman. She is.
2 peas in a pod.
I want to be an anime YouTuber too, but every time I record, I just cringe and stop. Any advice? You have to work through the cringe. You think, man, my earliest videos, I sound awful. And I knew I sounded awful, and I cringed, but you gotta start somewhere, right?
We all went to see the reactor.
You work through it and learn how to improve over time, for sure.
What for?
I don't know. You're just supposed to.
Well, guess we have a new destination. I should probably explain. The Leaf House is the local orphanage. That's where all these kids live.
Embrace the cringe, exactly.
Hey, Aerith, where'd you go?
The church again?
Next time, we should all go together.
Why, hello, Aerith.
And so here we have this orphanage.
Apparently, but they sure keep me on my toes.
Better than being bedridden. Thanks again for all those herbs. You've helped a lot of people.
It really makes up for any
problem.
mistakes.
Anytime.
How'd you manage to find so many anyway?
Oh, I have my ways.
And him?
He's my bodyguard, just until I get home.
And you're sure he's up to it?
Maybe.
Maybe.
Since I'm so generous.
All right, Hyper
I'll
Invasion.
give
Thanks for
his
stopping
works
by.
For his patience sometimes.
One day, I want to grow up.
Here's the Leaf House.
There you are.
We're back, and we brought Aerith with us.
Sorry to make you come out here.
Don't be. It's on my way home.
Well then, I hope you won't mind me asking for some flowers.
No problem. How many?
All you can carry. What with all the doom and gloom we've been hearing on the news recently, I thought some flowers might help cheer everyone up.
I'm sure they will, and I'd love to help.
Let's all wash up before our meal.
No problem, SSJ. The many thanks for watching really makes up for mistakes, yeah. I only started doing that in around like 2018, 2019, something like that.
So, Cloud, what's your favorite flower?
They're all the same to me.
Huh.
Oh yeah,
sure
Akiyama.
Say that to a florist?
Better than lying.
Okay. Then what'd you do with the flower I gave you? You give it away?
I did.
Ooh, to who? Tell me.
Don't recall. What?
Thought you didn't like lying.
Very intuitive. But does she know that Cloud's lying because she's just guessing, or because she knows something? Who knows? No, I think that might just... I'm that's reading a bit too much into that, but... you excited for the FF9 show? Absolutely. I'm super excited for it, and I hope they do it justice. I'm not expecting them to do it justice, but I'm hoping. I favorite JonTron video. I do not watch JonTron videos, so I couldn't say.
My house is just up this path. Mom should be home by now, so I'll introduce you.
So Aerith's, yeah, she does, Luciano. I think it's an indicator of what Luciano just said, rather than her, like, knowing anything super in-depth or deep. I was just joking around there. So, this location is one of my favorite locations in the entire game. It is very much, it's a paradise within the slums, and there's a warmth here that is, well, literally, and I guess in terms of tone, not present quite in this way anywhere else. There's a similar one in Seventh Heaven, a similar one in Sector, on Top of the Plate, the residential district. Oh, thank you very much, Ace Cox. Thank you very much for the sub. Enjoy the one emote. We'll get more soon, as soon as they approve them. But this is like a bit of respite, yet it's not distinct from the slums completely. Because firstly, as you'll see in a bit, life energy, the life stream, is concentrated in this area, in Aerith's home. Why is that? Well, to put it simply, Aerith's special, and she's able to gather it here for various reasons, and grow these flowers and all that sort of thing. Thank you, John Bams, as well. Thank you guys very much for the subs. Thanks so much. 30 in the first day, that's kind of crazy. Thank you so much. And real faker, jeez, thank you. And so, yeah, so the house looks amazing, as we'll see in a second. The location around it is amazing, but what's notable is that it isn't distinct from the slums around it. It makes use of the slums. And grows around it and makes the slums into something beautiful, rather than being distinct from the slums. And that's very important, because it keeps that identity of the slums that Aerith loves, that energy that we were talking about a few minutes ago, and turns it into something beautiful. And that's a great demonstrator of what Aerith is like and her energy and all of that. Thank you, Logan. Thank you so much, guys. Thank you so much. Tifa or Aerith, both are amazing. You can't go wrong with either one. Both amazing characters. Appreciate what you have, energy. Yeah, for sure. And now we see it, right?
That's my house.
It's amazing.
You know, so the plate's still on top of them. There's still...
My house is this way.
I know. There's still debris everywhere. It's still the slums. But they've turned it into something beautiful. And that says a lot.
Come on.
Absolutely gorgeous at nighttime, right? I didn't see the button. I'm like, no worries. Now you got the Bisky emote. Thanks very much, Logan, again.
Been up to no good? Rude came by.
So, this is my mom, Elmira. And this is Cloud, my bodyguard.
Hi.
Take good care of her?
That's my job. Or was my job.
Yep. Thanks. So, Cloud, you gonna head back to Sector 7?
Yeah.
Then I'll show you the way.
Then why'd you have me bring you here? What if the Turks show up again?
It'd suck, but I've dealt with them before. Honestly, I'm much more worried about you. What if you get lost, huh? You'd be too embarrassed to admit it, and so you'd just keep on going.
Quit acting like you know me.
Hey, Mom, I'm gonna go take Cloud over to Sector 7, okay?
Okay. But why not wait until tomorrow? If you head out now, it'll be dark when you get back. Better to rest up here and make the trip first thing in the morning, when you'll have daylight to spare.
That's true. She's got a point, Cloud.
Hold up.
Oh, yeah. I still need to deliver some flowers to the Leaf House. Since we have a little time before dinner, you should come with.
That wasn't the deal.
You mean you want more? Even though you've got a priceless reward coming your way? Do you know what I promised him?
I'll do it.
I'll go grab the baskets. Be right back.
So Elmira's a really interesting character. Aerith's mom here. But...
That Aerith. She's a handful, isn't she?
I just like taking in the interior here. Very comfy. Pictures of flowers and flowers everywhere. Very homey, very comfy feel. Good day, good drink, good food every do it? I don't know.
It must be tough. No, never mind.
So Elmira's a really interesting character, and we'll see more of why in a bit, but yeah, I'll keep that in my back pocket for now.
Aerith won't be long.
Oh, I think I gotta go up. And so that line of dialogue there of her kind of poking at Cloud is an example of, I talked how Jessie sort of toes the line over Cloud's boundaries of comfortability. Tifa very much stays away from them. If she gets any sense that Cloud might be a little uncomfortable, she stays away from it. Aerith is in between them. I think she sometimes, like Jessie, toes the line, but she's a bit less aggressive than Jessie, despite being quite aggressive and getting him out of his comfort zone. So it's like Jessie, Aerith, Tifa. Something like that. Oh, I don't even know how to use photo mode. How do you do that? I don't know how.
That's weird. Could have sworn I put them here.
Even she seems like she knows something. Elmira. Yeah, I think it does have it. Luciana, I'll look it up later. It's okay. You think Elmira sounds like she knows something. That's interesting. I've never thought she knows something in the way that Aerith does, but she is well aware of a lot of things to do with the world. Especially Soldier. Would you say Tifa's remake version lacks the smugness and confidence she had in the original and Advent Children? No, not at all. Well, smugness.
Found him!
I don't think I ever thought of Tifa as particularly smug, personally.
This one.
So, I probably not. I don't think she lacks anything. I think she's a great adaptation of the original.
Right. Off we go.
She gets more spunk, yeah, maybe.
And these right here are my babies.
Cloud with a flower basket, by the way. Beautiful. She always looks smug on her official artwork, and Advent Children had some of that as well. Fair. I've always kind of viewed her as not really smug, but she definitely is confident.
Which ones do you think we should pick?
She's confident even if she's a little bit more withdrawn than
I
Aerith.
know you have an eye for this kind of thing.
Yeah. So we'll do these ones.
That's the one I gave you.
Yep.
Huh. It is?
Nice try, mister. You can't fool me.
I'll watch Apocalypse Now sometime. Jotaro.
I think we still need a few more. Which should we pick next? Good eye. People used to give these to declare their loyalty to one another. Interesting, right? She said, as many as you can carry, so maybe a few more?
Oh, I just got the same ones. Is spunk even a word? Yeah, it is. I think so. Maybe it's slang. But it just means like that sort of
I think we're good now.
go get
What do
him
you say?
attitude, that
Shall
sort
we
of
go?
I don't know, that fire. Say something, Cloud. She's being nice. He's trying. Quirky confidence, yeah. Oh wait, we have to deliver him to the Leaf House. Right.
No need to hurry. We're not under the gun or anything.
I'm not cut out for this crap.
Sure you are. And when you're done, you'll be drowning in job offers.
She said that because I was running. That's funny. Spunk has a way different meaning in British. Oh, I'm aware. Cloud's doing his best. He is. I'm not cut out for this.
How do you think they'll arrange these flowers?
Dunno.
Dunno.
We'll soon find out.
I really appreciate people like Aerith who are able to... Cloud couldn't hold a conversation with, like... Cloud can't hold a conversation to save his life, but Aerith is really good at latching onto the very tiny minimalistic things he says and making jokes or poking fun about them and just making conversations flow really naturally and accommodating that. I really appreciate people who are able to do that. So we go here. At which item did you stop top 100? Like I said, there's 25. We got the last 25 left. I think I said I stopped at this one, which was 26.
I'll wait out here.
Oh, okay. But I might...
So it was Final Fantasy VI, Black Sails, and then this one was 26.
Why not check out the town?
The music. Oh, the music. Let's just turn this up for a second. Thank you, freaks. I'm glad to hear it. I'm sure this music helps. So yeah, one of my favorite tracks. It's absolutely beautiful, and again, another one that feels as if it was part of the original soundtrack because of how well it fits, even though it isn't. It wasn't. Again, good environmental design, just little tidbits here and there. You see sandals and slippers and bits and bobs. Just generally good design, I think. Nothing specific, but... so I'm supposed to explore the town. Nobuo Uematsu's magic, yeah.
Cloud, I understand you must
Chadley.
be busy, but I hope you haven't forgotten about my research.
No, I don't care.
Cloud,
Sorry.
I have come up with the most fascinating theory. Perhaps you can lend me your assistance in gathering data to test it?
Sure.
Cloud, I have the most amazing news. I believe I might know how to develop summoning materia, something heretofore thought impossible. Scientists say that this materia can only be found in nature, but I may just be able to prove otherwise. And so, Cloud, I turn to you. I would like to test this theory by way of my combat simulator. To wit, I want you to fight and defeat summon data in VR. I sense that you find my phrasing to be somewhat obtuse.
Yeah.
Please let me know when you have made your preparations.
Damon Pando, you don't like how they made Cloud an asshole in the beginning. When's the last time you played the original? Because, I mean that genuinely, because, it's interesting, because I think that they softened him up in the remake quite a bit. In the original, he's much more of an asshole and a dick in the beginning, and without the nuance of facial expressions and voice work to show the depths and layers and subtleties there. So he's much more of a dick in the original, in my opinion.
Gramps has been feeling a lot better ever since he heard about what happened.
Yeah, it's a weird energy, Jotaro, not gonna lie. It's kind of strange, but I mean, it's alright. You're not being abusive or super spammy or anything. You can speak your mind. So for anyone who knows, for this portion of the story, I just do, because the goal is just Leaf House delivery. I think the goal is just to do bits and bobs around here, right? Like just do something with Chadley, do something with someone else, and then I'll go back, right? I'm pretty sure.
I have to tell you that I'm grateful for all of your help thus far.
Yeah, I don't know what they're gonna do with Chadley. He'll come back, I'm sure.
I've done it. I've developed a new material.
I mean, good for you. We'll take steel.
I look forward to receiving all of your future battle intel submissions. I hope you will continue to help me gather vital information.
Okay, I'll do a VR mission, I guess.
Then I invite you to ready your portable battle simulator.
I mean, Chadley's kind of a weirdo, but he does lots of gameplay functions, so I'm okay with it. Wow.
Time to burn. You're done. No holding back.
Yeah, I don't remember this part's necessary for progression, but I mean, why not? Oh, he does say that, yeah. I think I just have a feeling they're gonna run with him though. I can't really, just a feeling I get. Oops.
You're up.
So, someone asked earlier if I'm gonna end at Midnight Rendezvous. Is that person still in chat? I'm not sure. I don't remember. But I think I might. I think I actually might. Chadley's gonna join the party and tell you about your summoning materials extended warranty. Okay, some Will Shaper, yeah. I think I might end around there. We'll see. Ifrit looks so sick, he does. Nice to have Ifrit helping us for once in one of these games, right?
No escape.
I guess he could help if the party goes up against Hojo. Yeah, maybe. I think they're gonna do things with like characters like Leslie and Roche. Chadley may be one as well. If they ever made an FF8 remake, the entire assassination parade sequence would be peak fiction. Oh yeah, the music. Oh boy, that'd be so good. That'd be so good.
Was never in doubt.
Out of curiosity, how much do you plan the structure of these streams, or do you just improvise? Well, I have the points I want to make pretty much ingrained in my mind. So when we get to it, I just think, is this a good point to talk about Aerith? Is this a good point to talk about this theme? And then I just do like I just weigh it. I weigh the pluses, like what's going to happen later in the story to what happens now, and just decide in that moment. So it's like a bit of both. I know the points I'm going to say beforehand, but how I explain them comes up pretty naturally.
Frost is the perfect companion for a man like you, Cloud.
Leslie's pretty cool, yeah.
She will prove most useful when the time comes to destroy Shinra.
Yeah, no worries. Luciana, do you remember progression for this section? Like, do I just do 2 or 3 of these quests and that's about it, or what? Is there something specific I'm missing? I don't really remember. Hey, Dragonite, how are you? I'm doing pretty well. Because the goal just takes us in the center of town. So I guess I'll just do whatever. How are you, Dragonite?
Well, hey there. See you soon.
Around the kids' spot, maybe. Let us see.
Is this right? But I want to climb up there. No.
So I think it's important how they do emphasize a lot of kids throughout here. Like, again, illustrating that thing that Aerith talked about, the slums being this place of finding beauty within the darkness, right? And this place is a haven for kids to an extent. Near the kids near Chadley? Which one?
Hey, what'll it be? Just got in a big old shipment of fabric softener.
Yeah. Oh, these ones.
It'd be great if they asked us again. Because of the money or because you can't be on TV again? Spices are so important.
Where the box minigame. Oh, the box minigame. Oh, yeah, you're right. Okay. Where is that though? Okay. I think it's okay. I think I was just missing it. Sorry about that. So it's right about here. Where do I go through? Great. No. Oh no. Oh no. Okay, sorry guys, I'm lost.
Aerith is such a sweetheart. Gotta melt it down. Find a use for it.
Glad you enjoyed it, Attaché. Hope you enjoy the rewatch if you do it. Opposite of Chadley. Okay. Here, these kids? These losers? Here? Where am I going?
Can't leave without
No, no. No, behind. I'm so sorry, guys. I'm really sorry.
Gramps has been feeling a lot better ever since
These kids. Left when we're here? Okay, this doesn't work. I need to... God damn it. Where in... Okay. Do I keep going this way? I'm sorry, this won't happen often, guys. In the map, right from Chadley. These kids? Oh, okay, nice. Nice, Dragonite. Yeah, I did see what you said. Oh my goodness, it's been here this whole time. But they're not letting me in. The west is grayed out, but I can't go there. Oh wait, here? Aerith's house is there. Yeah, I've been there. I can go to the bottom. This way? Yeah, I've not been here, so this is probably okay. Aha! Is this it? Do you ever plan on playing FF13 despite knowing its reputation? I don't really plan on it, but it's a possibility. No, this goes back here.
I've been wondering, what should I be when I grow up?
Those were good times.
When is it gonna get dark?
Still at it.
I'm studying so I can read it.
So with 13, I think it's a lot of... I don't know, I've seen bits and pieces of it, but never... Oh, here we go.
I remember you.
But never really been super intrigued.
The Leaf House.
Aha.
You look like someone who can hold his own.
Aha. That little kid. It shines in its combat? Yeah, I know nothing about it, basically. All I had to do was talk to that little kid, really.
You could say that. Sounds like someone spooked the kids.
Yeah, 2 of them disappeared.
Sorry about that, guys.
They ran away after this creepy guy wearing black clothes showed up.
A Turk?
That's what I thought, but no.
It's this guy who's always stumbling around town in a dirty robe full of holes.
Sounds like Marco.
They say he's sick or something. Oh, and he had some kind of number tattooed on his arm.
I don't like the sound of this. I'm gonna check it out.
I know someone who fits that description. I'll come with.
Okay.
Come on.
Yeah, it's a bit aimless. It's not totally, it's not totally clear. These children have amazing hair. So this is a pretty appropriate story section. It's this game's equivalent of This Guy Are Sick. This little bit here. In terms of gameplay, 13 is kind of like a proto FF7R. Interesting. I've heard that. I think 15 is kind of like 15's combat is kind of like proto 7R.
Come on.
But 13's is kind of like that as well.
But if we want to rescue them, well, we gotta break the rules.
scouts come to help.
Yeah, leave it to us. We'll take care of it from here.
But there are monsters out there.
Don't worry. I've brought a super strong friend along with me.
I used to be a soldier. So where's the guy?
I don't know. He disappeared and we can't find him.
Right now, let's worry about the kids.
Come on.
I'm thinking about buying the game now. Can you tell how much of this remake covers the full... well, depending on who you ask, people will say different things, but it's roughly 20 to 30% of the story is covered in this part 1.
Be careful.
I would say. 7 hours combat reminds me way more of 15, just way more polished. 13 is more dynamic. Interesting.
They're kids. Nothing to do but look all over.
Oh, it's the FF that started staggered. Interesting. I like the staggered mechanic.
Bring it. Don't overdo it.
I'll take care of them. This one's for you.
I wouldn't say... I'd say around 20. I'd say around 20% or so.
One more shot.
But there are definitely traces of 13's combat in 7 hours. Interesting, yeah.
That it?
These kids better give me their hair care routine. Yeah, so 20 to 30, I said 20 to 30%, that's a bit much. It's more like, I would say, 15 to 20% or so. Midgar section is essentially the prologue of the game, which is crazy, because it feels like its own arc, even in the first game, of its own, on its own. Whoops. Most of the team that's working on 7 Arc came from 13. I don't know. I've got no stake in this fight. I haven't played 13, but I mean, I wouldn't rule it out. I wouldn't rule it out for sure.
Nothing to it.
Ah, there they
are. Aerith is more good than people think as a fighter in this game, but most generally prefer Cloud or Tifa to fight. I like Aerith a lot. I tend to default to her. But that was when that was on harder difficulty, of course. But I tended to default to her a lot when I played through the first time, both times actually.
That's that. That's that. It's over. Enough. That's that.
So it's my turn?
Here it comes. This one's for you.
I bought Oops.
Not bad.
I bought FF9. I haven't started yet. I feel like playing a more action-based game after beating Persona 5, so I might buy this remake. Yeah, FF9 is not... FF9 has ATB, but it's not an action RPG, of course. So, yeah, this is probably more what you're looking for in terms of gameplay. Just as a fighter, Tifa is insane. I had so much fun playing as her. Yeah, I really like Tifa as well.
All right.
Oh, thank you, Ultima Shadow. Thanks very much. Thank you for subbing. Enjoy the currently one emote. Oh, Dragonite actually did that. Okay, thank you. Thanks, Dragonite. Tifa's pretty broken because you can stagger percentages so easily, but Cloud deals the most flat amount of damage. And thanks for the follows as well, guys.
Going in.
Oh, Aerith doesn't have materia, does she?
Let's do this. Going in. Need a breather.
I'm coming.
The blizzard. Yeah, there's one emote. AJ thanking me instead of the gifter. It's not clear on here. It's not totally clear. Not at first. But thank you, Dragonite.
One more shot.
Mason Hill, yeah, that's why this isn't an... Oh, crap. Oh, no. I didn't even switch the title, did I? Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, goodness. Holy crap. Bad streamer right here. There we go. No one noticed it either. Yeah, category, yep. Yeah, so sorry, Mason Hill, this is my third playthrough. This is an analytical playthrough. So we're talking about the story as we go through it, knowing what we do with the full context of the game. So yeah, I played through it twice, made a 3-hour, 20-minute long video on it, and now we're playing through it again and talking about things that happen in the story as we go through.
You're still doing okay, right?
Calling fire.
They sound good. Have I beaten hard mode? No, the first 2 playthroughs I did were on medium, and then this is just easy, just for the sake of the purpose of the playthrough. Tifa missing is like when a Kazuya in Smash doesn't land its combo. Kinda, yeah. Oh yeah, I guess I gotta watch my health. True, that is true. Yeah. I got you.
Not looking good.
Let's take one of our 20 high potions.
Take it from here.
So it's my turn?
Come on.
We'll be right there!
We'll be right there. Let's equip materia to Aerith. And give her something. Let's see. Well, there isn't a ton. We'll take this one. And Shiva. There we go. What are your thoughts on the handling of Sephiroth in the game? So we were going over Sephiroth in an earlier stream, and there's a VOD where I talk about him more in depth. And we talked about it earlier in this stream. But essentially, Sephiroth, I think, is done really well. Primarily because he has a totally different role in this game than he does in the original. He's tackled in an exact opposite way to the ominous, slow build that he has in the original, and the aura that slowly builds as you learn more about him and the layers are peeled back. Whereas in this, he's much more in your face. And people don't like that. But that's because his role in this game is totally different.
Okay,
he is,
let's head back.
If you believe the theories, essentially time looping and coming back in this game to change fate. And you can't really change fate quietly, right? You can't do it in a subtle way. After his failures, he's doing this, and he doesn't want to fail. You know, he's got his pride, his ego, his hubris, and he just wants to live as well, more than anything. So it makes sense that he is the way he is in this game, harassing Cloud, being very invasive in a lot of ways. He's Sephiroth from Advent Children, yeah. I think we'll see Jesse and the Golden Saucer in the next game. Well, given the way this game ends, not sure. I would be happy about it, though. I would be happy about it.
Well, you see, Cloud here used to be a soldier.
He was? Did you go fight in the war?
I might have.
It's up to you, Attaché. Like, if you don't want to watch a playthrough of a game that you haven't played, then you don't have to, of course. Totally up to you. I'm super curious as to what approach the world map will be in the subsequent remakes. Yeah, I mean, very open, I imagine.
You sure you want to fight?
You're done.
I'm gonna grow up to be a soldier like you. You can't just grow up to be a soldier.
How will they handle?
You gotta work at it.
Yeah.
Cloud thinks I'm good enough to be one, right?
Look at you, Mr. Popular.
That was so cool, you guys. Especially that. Yeah. Yeah. It was really cool, and you went like, yeah. You've got it all wrong. Like that.
Cloud does not know how to deal with this.
Fine. Then how about?
Can't wait to see how beautiful they make Elena. Oh yeah.
Isn't that right, Cloud? Isn't that right, Cloud?
I'm really interested to see how they execute her too. There's a lot they could do with her character, being that sort of bridge between. Well, the kind of bridge function she has, I guess.
Tifa, wait! Tifa!
Tifa.
Tifa? What's wrong?
Nothing.
Is Tifa like your girlfriend?
No,
But she's someone special.
it's not like that. More like... I don't know how to explain.
I see.
Blacksmith, I have played The Last of Us. Yep. Very good game. 7th isn't the main one. Like, they're numbered entries. There is no main one, attaché. And they don't interrelate with one another, so they're each independent stories.
Promise me you'll find an adult, okay?
Okay, I will. And here, since you're so cool, you guys are both grown-ups, but you're also one of us now. You can come and play here whenever you want.
Hey Tracer, how are you? Came just in time for this very interesting cutscene that's about to happen.
Don't worry, it'll be okay.
Wait!
Not him. It looks pretty damn similar.
Huh? There's the number, but why 2?
Who knows? Come to think.
The reunion. There's nothing to fear.
Cloud, get it together. Come on.
You don't know who Sephiroth is, do you?
Sephiroth, the war hero? I know he died in an accident 5 years ago. They said so on the news.
Maybe they did. But I've got a feeling he's still alive.
Yeah, Tracer, that's what I said earlier. He replaces him, essentially.
Come on, let's go.
So kind of weird how they just let my dude, just let him wander out there.
I know a lot
But,
of people around here need help.
different strokes.
When I'm out on patrol, a lot of them tell me about their problems.
That man are
Do you
sick.
think you might be interested in helping out?
Well, I'm all for it. We still have plenty of time.
I'm on the clock.
Don't worry, I give you permission.
I always have the latest information. Come find me if you want to know.
Yeah, so... Oh, request for the mercenary. World 2. Okay, we'll do that. So yeah, I do think the hooded figures are kind of clunky as well. Like, the Marco scene earlier on is very weird. It's just Marco. He's got a few problems, but he's an alright guy. He's not functioning as a human being. You're just gonna leave him like that? It's a bit... They're just weirdly handled into the towns and environments. It's like, they shouldn't... These guys need medical care. Why are you just leaving them like this? So I do think it's handled kind of weird. The essential purpose, though, is to bring about, like, what's going on with Cloud.
5 of them.
And
like
hook you
floating
with that
eyeballs.
mystery.
I saw them wander off into the scrap, but if they come back into town, it'd be a disaster. We need someone who's willing and able to fight.
I'll handle it.
You will? Oh man, you're the best! I could hear them shouting intruder detected or some other nonsense when they floated off. Be careful, they look dangerous.
Oh yeah, okay, so 1 second. Let me just make sure I know what I gotta do. Kids on patrol. Oh, can I just go back? Do I have to do this? I'm gonna see if I can just go back, because if I don't have to do this, then I won't. So the scene of Cloud with Aerith, with Tifa, where he saw, like, the flashback of her, right? Or the Tifa scene, from Cloud's feelings point of view. Or are you talking about the one where he,
Aerith, you're back.
Okay.
Mom, look what
I'll say that in a second.
flowers. Lovely, don't you think?
Great job. It's wonderful.
Isn't it? Oh, I nearly forgot. I saw some Shinra suit walking toward your house a little while ago.
He was dressed all in black. A little scary looking.
Okay, so I already put, by Aerith Materia, if you mean just put materia on her, I already did that, Mason Hill, unless you mean something else. And then, no, I haven't, Dragon Knight Supreme. I haven't played any of them, but I've heard some of the music. Yeah, the green ones are the side missions, yeah, so I'm skipping them, since this is primarily story. So that Tifa scene, it's pretty interesting. So I think it speaks of, one, Cloud's mental state, like he's remembering these things from his past, and he's not consciously attending them and consciously bringing it up from within himself and just thinking back to Tifa because he had fond childhood memories and stuff like that. These memories are being triggered as he's seeing these things, and they come at him. They're invasive. They invade his mind rather than him bringing them up naturally. So that speaks of his mental state. There are things in his memories that are kind of triggers. So that's really important in that way. I also think that the way he constantly goes back to these memories of Tifa as a child, this is the third time now, I think, of a younger Tifa. There was the first one right in the beginning of the game, where she's with her friends and she pouts at him. Then the one with her and Sephiroth, where she says that she wants to kill Sephiroth. And then this one. I just think it speaks a lot of his care for her, a lot of how much he cared for her back then and how much that transmits to how he is now. Nothing super complicated, but just that she's wearing on his mind a lot of the time. She's a constant fixture in his thoughts, if that makes sense. And then integrate that with his fractured mindset and how that comes about. That's basically what I get from it. The old Berserk game sure was something. You basically play it feeling like you're getting punished, but then you get that Berserker armor, and then it's like dropping Rock Lee's ankle weights. I'll be able to relate to that metaphor when I watch more Naruto. But I know, I've seen the scene. If FF7R keeps delivering, do you see it getting into your top 10 works of fiction? Yeah, yeah, I think it can, but like they'd have to keep being consistent and high quality, of course.
Hello, Aerith.
Rude is very cheesy.
What do you want?
Haven't seen him before. He your new boy toy?
He's my bodyguard, if you must know.
Wait a minute. Those eyes. Is he the one who beat up Reno?
And what if I am?
Need to cross
it's endless
my
supply of
T's,
sunglasses.
dot my eyes. That's all.
Cloud, leave him be. Rude's not a bad person, really.
So, okay, firstly, Jotaro, I still prefer Sephiroth in the original just because he's more fleshed out and has a more cohesive sort of story. But again, this is a continuation, so I don't view them as entirely distinct because it's a bit disconnected, but it's the same guy eventually. But yeah, if I had to pick one, I prefer the original. She says here that Rude is not a bad guy. And actually, let me play it on a little bit.
I'm not bad. But like it or not, I sometimes have to do bad things.
That's very key. He's not a bad guy, but he sometimes has to do bad things. Just keep that in mind for future events. We'll come back to that. Remember how he respected women in the old game? Oh yeah, definitely. Mr. Smith. In my headcanon, the Cloud we get isn't the Cloud at the end of the game. Oh, yeah. I definitely understand that perspective, Tracer. Yeah, I totally get that. I'm not sure if I have thought of it the exact same way, but more or less, a lot of those concepts I've thought of as well. The pacing I prefer from the original, the sense of focus and tension and momentum in the pacing. And certain scenes here and there are just have a better sense of occasion and tone. Aside from that, I like mostly everything else better. In the remake.
You're one to talk.
Oh Jesus! I need to heal myself. I need to heal. I did not heal before this fight. Whoops.
good. I won't give up.
Yeah, I bet it's hard on hard mode. All right, we need to get some healing here.
Gotta get a little payback for my partner.
Come on, then.
Did I not equip the material?
I'll
Oh
take
yeah, I
care
did.
of you.
It was different.
Can't keep eyes open.
I got this. You're mine.
Get into a rude fight with Tifa in the party, and you got rude going. Yeah.
This one's for you!
Soldiers.
First class.
First
Take care of
class.
them.
Hell House, yeah.
Okay then.
So, you had enough yet?
I like the gameplay a lot too. Ah, the new
I
sunglasses.
don't believe that I have.
Get him! Just stop it.
Can't. It's my job.
Then think about changing careers.
Why don't you lead the way?
That to me makes the flashbacks and memory loss or fake memories make more sense, as he was still trying to sort out his own. Yeah. So yeah, I think a lot of it has to do with whether you conceptualize that as a new Cloud or like a progression from that fragmented Cloud, if that makes sense. But I totally get what you mean, and I definitely agree.
Oh, better than expected.
You're as good as dead.
Come on!
Yeah, I'm glad they didn't go turn-based either. Yeah, for sure. This definitely fits.
No, but this is self-defense.
It's on you.
I'll put down eyes. Sorry, but I gotta.
Please, just leave us alone.
You know I can't do that.
I have not seen Doflamingo, so I cannot comment. I love his ringtone.
Hey there, partner. I'm sure you're having the time of your life, but we're needed on standby for a job. It's something about Sector 7. So get your ass back here now.
Understood.
Something about Sector 7. Wonder what that's about.
Got somewhere else to be?
Apparently so. Go home and stay there.
You know I can't do that.
Huh?
You know I can't do that. Sector 7? Never heard of it. Rude's another cornball. So it's funny to see his, that facade of coolness kind of rode away when Reno calls him there. But yeah, that line is very important. I sometimes do bad things. His mumbling cracks me up. Yeah, me too.
You're heading in already?
Yeah. Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, that's enough for one day.
Where have you two been? I've been worried sick.
Sorry. We got a little sidetracked.
It's a good analogy, Tracer.
Dinner's ready, in case you're wondering.
Ah, great.
But before we sit down, I want you to make up the guest room.
Gotcha. Take a load off, okay?
They don't know that I'm dorky.
Judging by those eyes, I'm guessing you're a soldier.
Ex-soldier.
I hate to ask, but would you leave tonight without any fuss, no questions? You boys made a trade, a normal life, for power.
Good framing
You
here.
can't have it both ways.
I'm back.
Good. Now, I hope you're hungry.
Starving, right?
I've never been so proud.
I love this scene. I love this scene. It's very small, but...
The man you've become? Women must be hounding you day and night.
Not really.
You know, there's all kinds of temptations in the big city. I'd feel a lot better if I knew you'd found a good girl. One who'd make sure you didn't get into trouble.
I can take care of myself.
An older, more mature girl that could keep you on the straight and narrow and tell you when you're being a silly goose. That's the perfect type for you, I'd say.
Two different mothers in these subsequent scenes. Two different perspectives, and both very understandable in their own ways. Don't have too much correlation, but...
Don't want to overstay my welcome.
So I love this scene with Cloud and his mom because I think it really nails home the fact that at this moment, all these confusing things happening to him, his mind all over the place, all these events. He really just needs a place of comfort. That place of comfort being your mother. What he needs more than anything right now is his mother. And he can't really talk to her. Such motherly cringe, yep. Like only a mother can. Oh, Jesus Christ. I didn't realize it was right in front of me.
Nothing.
Did you have a bad dream? Don't worry, you'll feel much better in the morning.
So
I
essentially,
promise to take you straight home.
So essentially what we're doing here is we have to leave because Elmira has told us to go because soldiers bring ruin with them. Soldiers only lead to bad things. And we don't know the full extent of why she says that at this moment, but it's a very understandable position for her to have, and, you know, it may seem a bit harsh. Cloud's the protagonist. We are Cloud, but, oh god. This is her daughter. That counts? That counts?
You jerk! I thought I told you not to leave your room.
Oh,
now get
goodness
back in
gracious. I didn't know the stool counted. This might take a while. I wish you could skip that. Goodness gracious. Oh, they got rid of the bucket. Oh, they got rid of them. Okay. I guess I'm that bad, huh? This is so hard in the OG. Even Sephiroth fears this puzzle.
How do I get to Sector 7?
It's simple enough.
They nerfed
Just cut
it.
through Sector 6. It isn't exactly safe, but you should be okay, seeing as you're a soldier.
Was one.
Promise me, you'll never talk to Aerith again. Please.
You got it.
Thank you.
And yeah, so soldiers have been, like you said, you traded a normal life for power. Soldiers have all these connotations and connections attached to them, and you never know what's attached to one when one walks in the door. And Elmira has some unspecified at this point connection to Soldier. I'm not going back to Soldier, and she's told him to leave. And I think it's respectable from her perspective. And she is sorry, like she says here.
I'm sorry.
So it's interesting. There'll be more about Elmira later on. No rational man would choose not to talk to Aerith. True that. True that. Okay, so someone was mentioning earlier how it looks beautiful at night. Yeah. Yep. The lighting, the lights that light the path in combination with the greenery. And these are made of Mako, I think, judging by the green light. I think there's a materia up here. Yeah. But yeah, very gorgeous. Really lovely. And so we are now getting out of here because Elmira told us to. Whoops. Right. God, it's really is beautiful. Just with the warmth they achieve with the color direction, the color palette in conjunction with the lights, it's really nice. Literally stealing materia from Aerith. She won't miss it. She's got one in her hair, right? Interesting foggy filter in here and there.
That new chocobo fabric softener you mentioned.
And so goodbye forever, Aerith. See you later. Oh.
Well, look who it is. Talk about a coincidence.
What are you doing here?
Waiting.
Why?
Because I'm not sick of you yet.
Lead on then.
With pleasure.
Chapter 9. Oh. Huge moment.
Cloud? Is something wrong?
It's nothing.
So, that scene does a ton of stuff. We know those green flashbacks, the jolts he gets, are memories or visions of something. Memories, whether they be in the future or past. This scene was the one that had me jumping in the first playthrough, yeah. Because he sees Aerith walking away. It's reminiscent of something, a different scene of her walking away, which makes him shed a tear. But that tear, like, he's confused by it. It's not something he there's no reason for him to cry in this moment, so he is experiencing sadness about something that happens at a different point. Sorry, I'm not sick of you yet. Yeah, I agree. That's very sweet. Nice musical cue as well, right? The do 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 cue to the beginning of the game, which is very Aerith-centric as well. The beginning of the game where people sometimes theorize that Aerith is looking at the events that are to occur. Anyway, that's a bit of a side note. But yeah, for anyone who's played the original, you know what that's alluding to, and you know why there's sadness associated with it with Cloud, which is, again, just the momentum of the game showing you that the original is essential to this experience just continues. And, like, why is Cloud being fed these feelings and memories of this undesirable future, these undesirable events that happen? Is Sephiroth doing it? What is going on? It's just, they're all really great hooks for the momentum of the story and want you to just keep going and see what's going on. And here's the music. Yeah, here's the music. Ah, beautiful. So I think I'm going to progress to just a tiny bit more, and then we'll end for today.
You can see the sky.
Oh, yeah.
They're still working on the new plate. I don't like this part of Midgar. Back when they were still building Midgar, there was an accident, and the plate fell. People had only just started moving in, so there weren't a lot living there at the time, but...
Again, another notion of Aerith talking about how much the sky is the part of the sector here where you can see the sky is a bit too much for her. She doesn't like it. She doesn't like this part. I'm new to Twitch. What does this circle with the increasing number mean to the left of where I type comments? Those are channel points. So the more you watch me, the more you accrue channel points. They just come to you. You can cash them in for various rewards. One of them is to get me to hydrate. One of them is to get me to, if you save them up a lot, you can ask me a question. You can ask me something about, you can get me to, force me to watch an episode of Naruto. Stuff like that. Yeah, there you go. Hydrate. It's like maybe Sephiroth is putting the Aerith's death front and center in Cloud's mind. Yeah, basically that's my take on it. Which, in conjunction with all the other things, is framing Cloud's mind and the mentality that the future is undesirable, the current path they're on is undesirable. If I can change this, I want to. Which is, as we know later on in the game, is very beneficial for Sephiroth. I wish I could have listened to this OST while playing, but my PS4 is loud as a plane. Yeah. Headphones come clutch with this game at points, or PS4 games at points. Absolutely beautiful. Do you plan to stream FF7R Part 2 when it comes out? Maybe. It's going to be a very personal experience for me, so I'd have to debate about whether I want to or not. But it's definitely a chance. And Elden Ring, when it comes out, I might want to do that as well, which is much closer, short term.
Sector 6, Wall Market, a real special place. But I'm sure you already knew that, right?
I didn't tell you? I enlisted pretty much right after I left home. Don't know much about this place, or any of the slums.
Well, it took a lot of people to build Midgar, and they all needed to blow off steam. So some traders built an entertainment district. Inns, shops, bars, the works. Folks started pouring in from all over. Business was booming, money was flowing, which attracted the attention of some guys who didn't much care for the law.
And now there isn't any.
Right. But instead of trying to solve the problem, the government decided to just wall it in. And that's how Wall Market began. Out of sight, out of mind, as the old saying goes. For the folks in charge, there's no better way to deal with it.
So it's like a giant veil.
Yeah. Wanna see what's behind it?
Not really.
That's good. Because I know a better way to get to Sector 7. One that, tragically, doesn't go through Wall Market. And it's just through this tunnel here. At least it was, back when I was a kid.
The Elden Ring is just a maybe. I still have to think about if I actually want to do it, Spirit Noodle. But yeah, totally understandable if you can't. Do you think the game will progress like the OG, or with what happens to the Whispers and Visions, things will be very different? I think that there will be divergences, but I think they will converge in the most important moments to really accentuate those moments and make them pop and have more impact. You know, with the uncertainty of not knowing what's going to happen, will then emphasize and make those moments more powerful when they ultimately do. This is something that Maximilian Dude talks about a lot in his discussions about this game, and I agree. So I think there will be divergences, but they'll converge on the most important parts. Yeah, top 1,000,000 points when you have to watch the whole of One Piece. 1,000,000 points is not enough, Dragonite. So that can be when we think she can be saved at the end, yeah, feast on her despair. Exactly. That's what I mean by the convergence. In a sort of Steingate-esque way, to really emphasize that impact, right? Should Final Fantasy VII Remake Part 2 start with the backstory? I think so, because after the Intergrade cutscenes, you pretty much end Intergrade plus Part 1 where the backstory begins, right? I think it's a very natural way to hook the audience, background information, stuff with Sephiroth, maybe some additional stuff that are remake specific, right?
It's been like this, you know, ever since the plate fell.
Is the green bar the sub goal? Yes. Yes, it is. Yeah, I saw Film Buff is back. Yeah, I watched one of the reactions. It was the FMAB one. So, oh Jesus. I was just about to say I think I'm gonna end here, but
Let's do this.
Okay, so I think I am gonna end here. Lots of Aerith material, lots of stuff about Sector 7, or sorry, Sector 5. Aerith's thematic resonance. We talked about Sephiroth a lot. And yeah, I think this is a good spot to end. Where we'll get into Wall Market in the next part, and some more specific things to do with Aerith, of course, which I really am looking forward to digging into. But yeah, we'll get more into this song in the next stream. So I think we will end it here. I think it's a good spot. Thank you guys for joining me again. Thanks, Logan. Thanks, Tracer. Thanks, everyone, for interacting and talking. Glad you enjoyed. Thanks again for joining me for these analytical playthroughs. Lots of fun to talk about one of my favorite games. It's always a great time. So yeah, and thanks for joining me for the top 100 as always. Next stream will be Sunday, probably. Definite Monday for Attack on Titan, maybe Sunday. If I can manage something in between then, maybe that as well, but probably Sunday, maybe Monday. I'm gonna say, okay, let's just say definitely Sunday for a short 1 hour thing. Continuing the top 100. Great. Glad to have you guys with me. Thanks again. Thanks very much. Let's see if there's anyone to raid. There is. Today, my schedule on Twitch is accurate. Yes. So Sundays are pretty much set in stone. I don't know why I was saying maybe. We can raid Louisiana, who is playing through Persona 5 Royal today. So spoilers for that game. She's in on the second palace if you don't want to watch that, but we'll do that. See you guys. Thanks very much for watching once again. Almost ready to raid. Got it. Oh, and thanks very much for the subs again. This is a lot for my first affiliate day, so thank you.